Hello? I believe we're live. Let me share this or whatever, ping the frickin' people in the frickin' thing. I'm pinging everyone. I don't even care. You guys can have it today. You guys can have it today. Poppy Playtime. Okay. We'll leave it at that. I think that's fine. Let's see. I'm sure the people will be arriving in just a moment. Just a moment. The prototype is your hear me out. Hey, at least it's a real hear me out. Let's go. Welcome in Zeta. Welcome in Tarian. Hello, hello, hello. I am so excited. This is your last chance to turn back if you do not want spoilers for Chapter 5, okay? We're going to be talking about that a lot, okay? If you're watching this in the replay, leave if you don't want spoilers. I don't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? Like, mainly what I'm saying is I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me, why do I clicked on this and it's spoilered. It spoiled me for Chapter 5. I hope that it was abundantly clear that that's what it is. Hi, Withered. I think Edwin Murray is a ripoff of Harley Sawyer. I know. That is something we're going to have to spend a long time talking about today. Don't want to be spoiled, but I want to drop a like and stuff to show my support. Thank you, Sarian. I hope you have a wonderful night. We're letting people filter in. One thing I do want to say, this isn't going to work for everybody, but there's a shadow up here. That's not a cat. I don't want you to think that one of my cats is just like deeply stoic and is just sitting here all night because I thought it was my cat. So it's not. Spoilers. Okay. I'm hydrated. I feel a lot better. Still a little stuffy up here, but you hear it in my voice. I sound way more normal, right? Don't lie to me. I feel more normal. I sound more normal, which is good because I was on day 3 of using Afrin to sleep. And you're not supposed to use it for more than 3 days. And I take that very seriously. And so if I was going to be stuffy again tonight, I was probably going to just, I don't know, get addicted to Afrin, I guess. I tried using a neti pot. Didn't work. Didn't work. Wasted 2 cups of lukewarm water and saline on my nose. It was disgusting. And I hated it. It didn't help. Jax, you became a member for 9 months. Thank you so much. Also, Pablo, before the stream started, celebrated 4 months with the Sparks and donated 50 memberships. So thank you so much for that. Thank you, Jax. You sound more northern. Oh wait, are you for real joking? That would be so interesting. There have been times when people have asked me if I am from the north, so that wouldn't surprise me. But I also believe that my accent or the way that I speak is heavily influenced by people I watch on YouTube. So I don't think I sound like I would if I weren't so chronically online. I think if I used a fully natural speaking voice that wasn't constantly trying to mimic other people, then there's no telling. Hello, Extra Science. Also, hello, you try it. I feel kind of bad for Lily. Miss Gracie was evil, but Lily was so far distant from Miss Gracie that I don't think Lily should suffer what Miss Gracie did. For what Miss Gracie did. What an interesting perspective. Tarian's been a member for 7 months. Thank you so much, Tarian. That's such an interesting perspective. That's something we're going to have to maybe set aside a piece of this discussion for, is what exactly is what is going on with Miss Gracie / Lily Love Braids. Because I had a very specific interpretation of what was going on there. Movie marker 19 months, stunting on him. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I do still have, okay, so here's the deal. What I've been doing is eating a lot of spicy food because it makes me feel something. So, um, I still just have, I feel like I can't tell what is a runny nose because of my sickness and what is because of all the spicy food I'm eating. Yeah, you can't stay there. It's my light. I need my light toast. Okay, anyway. I had a very specific interpretation for what was going on with Miss Lily slash Miss Gracie. And I read something today, like a question that someone had that really made me go, oh, my perspective is not the universal one. Go figure. So that would be a really good one to maybe even start out with. I don't know. I have here pulled up. I'll show you all in a moment. Hi, garlic powder. I have pulled up first just what we're gonna start with. I want to hear Rye Toast's sort of breakdown, recap of Poppy Playtime Chapter 5. That'll get us all in the mindset, right? That will get us all in the mindset. Now, you may have a different interpretation than something that Rytos says, but at the very least, generally when Rytos does these Poppy Playtime Chapter 5 explained videos, like that kind of stuff, it's going to be more overview. And the reason I'm picking Rytos is just because I haven't watched his. I've already watched Terrified T, I think, uploaded. I've already watched Super Horror Bro. No, not Super Horror Bro, Sheep Rampage. So I've already watched some other recaps. So I just wanted to watch this one because otherwise I might not watch it, quite frankly, and I want to stay caught up on Rytos as much as I can. Hi, Harrison. I haven't watched it. Okay, perfect. Now, obviously, I still want you guys to go support Rytoast. Drop a like on the video. Watch it in the background. I don't know. I don't care. Oh, hi, Toasty. But anyway, I just wanted to, I think that'll set the tone pretty well. And then I have all of the secrets. So not only the audio logs, we have the cassette tapes in a separate video I have pulled up, but I also have all of the like, I don't know if it's like buttons you can press, like where you find the little cutouts and stuff. It might not have all the cutouts, but it does have all the collectibles and stuff and their little descriptions. So theoretically, we will be able to get all of those. I don't know how important those are to the lore, but we have them to review. I also have all of the, if it matters to anybody, I found someone who has uploaded clean versions of all of the Gracie Green hypnosis videos. So we have clean versions of those. If we just want to look through them, they're just really interesting. I don't know. Then I have a list of almost all of the notes you can find. Some of them I think are still missing, but I don't think that they're the lore important ones by any stretch of the imagination, really. But we have I have the wiki pulled up where I have all of the notes and things like that. And then I just have the wiki pulled up in general. And I also have the post I put up yesterday asking you what your questions were and stuff like that. It's also LOL Diablo. Also in the pinned comment, if you have a question that you know is going to take up a lot of the characters, if not all of the characters, in your in the chat, or just a comment like suggestion, kind of thing, like that you want to get out of off your chest, you can click on that link, go over there, and just let me know in the chat that you commented. I'll be refreshing this fairly regularly. And then I also have my notepad up if we want to write down anything specific, okay? Main questions that I really do want to cover is, like I said, what's up with Gracie slash Miss Gracie slash Lily, and ask, what's really going on there. Because I have an interpretation, but obviously it's not the only one, so maybe we'll talk. I'd love to get some opinions. We'll put some polls up about some opinions as well. Another question, of course, is talking very specifically about the prototype. We'll do a section on the prototype, things we may have learned about him or things we still wish to learn about him. I don't know if you have any questions about him, whatever. Another one is going to be focus on the Poppy gel and spoiler, the ending where our character seems to nearly perish. But then the Poppy gel, I don't know, something goes on with the Poppy gel. And so I'd love to talk about that as well. Thank you so much, Terry, for the $2 super chat. Me not knowing anything about Poppy or Playtime. So fair. I don't know everything. I just know that here's the thing. Poppy Playtime is so well laid out, lore-wise, that while there are things to speculate on, the evidence for each thing and the information that we have is very easy to find and very easy to put in order. So, hi, Carrie. So, it's kind of easy in my experience to not know very much, but still be able to find out a lot. So, I want to hear, first of all, I'm going to make oh no, your stuff glitching. I'm so sorry, Carnish. Hi, Shmeen. I'm going to make a poll. First poll. How do you rate chapter 5? Because I just love to hear general thoughts about it. Okay. So, we'll say best chapter yet. Worst chapter yet. 5 out of 10. Type beat. Yeah. Liked, didn't love. We'll just say that. I don't know. Liked, didn't love. And how was I? Didn't hate it, or maybe it was fine. No, okay? So if it's best chapter is the great one. Worst chapter is like it was terrible. Liked it, didn't love it. It's like it's fine. Liked it, didn't love it. I'll just say bit disappointing. Bit disappointing. Because I think that's like a. Oh, thanks, Diablos. Why does he never talk? Obsidian, that's a very good thought. That's a very good thought. Okay. I'd love to hear. I know most people are probably going to be like probably on the mid tier to the loved it territory. I think it was a pretty good personally, I thought it was a pretty good chapter. Sorry if I spammed super chat. It made it look like it didn't go through. Oh no. Did you send something? I didn't get anything. It hasn't popped up for me yet, but I'm sure it will. Don't send any more though. Don't send any more. Lore-wise goes crazy. Good call out. I haven't really watched a playthrough or played it yet. I didn't play chapter 4, so I'm replaying 1 through 3 before 4, and then I can play 5. Fair enough, you try it. Fair enough. It's up there with chapter 3 for me. Okay. I personally, look, I was so right. Best chapter yet, or liked, didn't love. We're very, very similarly or I kind of had the feeling that most people were going to have a pretty positive experience with this one. I didn't expect people to have terribly negative thoughts about this. My thing is, it seems like people like the chapter overall, but they have some negative opinions about aesthetics. It seems like aesthetically people are struggling with this chapter over some others. That really wasn't where my like complaints, I don't really think that's the right word. My criticisms don't really lie in the aesthetics, but I have seen some people have been pretty heated about some of the aesthetics within Poppy Playtime Chapter 5. So that's interesting to me. I still think Chapter 3 is the best chapter. I don't think it would be really hard to top. The atmosphere in chapter 3 was just very up my alley. I'm a really big fan of those dark wandering hallways. The nightmare sequence with Huggy Wuggy, the smiling critters have been some of my favorite additions to the series, all things considered. And yeah, Catnap was just like a really cool villain, antagonist for us with a really unique, in my opinion, like backstory. Yeah. Fair enough, Obsidian, yeah. I love the fact I hate the writing. I applaud the writing team for making certain parts of it unsettling. Fair enough. Most of them hate that the prototype is a jester. Yeah, I just don't get it. Like, I just don't get it. I think that the jester is fine. Like, I don't really care. I don't know. So was the bad toy box like a meat grinder or something? It certainly sounded like it. You try it. Now, I don't know, but it certainly sounded like it. I wonder if maybe just since you're asking, I'm going to answer this, but I think maybe what we were witnessing in the Huggy Wuggy section was probably a matter of the cloning going wrong more than anything else. I don't think they would so brazenly just toss lumps of children into a meat grinder, if you will. However, we see where they're doing the cloning stuff. It would make sense to me if they were doing the cloning maybe for the smiling critters or the little ones, and maybe the bigger bodies are the original. Like they take the original and that's the bigger body, and then any younger or like smaller packaged ones would be the clones. Oh my god, Harrison. So, yes, Obsidian, so true. A lot of stuff was confirmed or cleared up, clarified in this game that I do very much appreciate. That we do get a lot of questions answered. When I do sit here and I'm talking about like theory crafting and stuff like that, it's more going to be about what is chapter 6 going to give us, because we don't have a whole lot left up to interpretation for chapter 5. Though like I said, the Miss Gracie slash Lily love braids debacle is a thing. But yeah. I guess, I guess can we talk about we will talk about Ollie. We will talk about Ollie. Okay. Just so we can get into things. Sorry, I'm taking forever. Let's go over to the Rye Toast video and we'll watch this. Um, you know, and certainly continue to ask questions. If you want your question to be like locked in, and you don't want to have to like keep retyping it, I would really, really appreciate it if you guys didn't spam your questions, because like at the end of the day, it's just not worth it. If you want to just have it locked in, use that link up at the top. I'm gonna go ahead and close out this chat. How many people are watching right now? We've got 33 folks. That's most of you. Most of you voted. Almost all of you. I would agree with the 39% of you. I would say liked, didn't love. It wasn't my favorite, but it is what it is. So I'm going to go ahead, lock that in. Very cool. Good to know. I'm going to save all of these poll results too, because it'll be fun to kind of look back at it. It'll be fun to kind of look back at it. Okay, while this video goes, I am going to put in another poll just so that you guys can just so you guys can have something while we're watching. Do you like, this is about the prototype. Do you like the design of the prototype? And that's just a simple yes, no. do not care. Because that's kind of maybe where I fall. I'm like, I like his design, but I also just didn't, like, I wasn't building it up the same way I think everybody else was. Or not everybody else. Some other people were. All right. Oh, wow, Carrie. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. All right, let's get into this.
Poppy Playtime is here with what might be their best chapter yet, and surprisingly,
Okay, well, we know where
not their
Rytos
last
feels.
chapter. But honestly, with all the twists and turns and lore reveals we've gotten, I'm just excited to see where the series goes next. So today we're going to go over exactly what happened in Chapter 5, what lore reveals we got, and where the series might be going in Chapters 6, 7, and beyond. So Slices, put on your aprons and let's bake ourselves a theory. So what actually happened in Chapter 5? It's honestly hard to talk about without going into all of the lore that got revealed, because they're honestly very intertwined. The game respects the player and assumes that if you want to know what's going on, you'll look into the lore yourself. It doesn't really ever hold your hand with that. Because if you don't look at any of the lore or any of the secret notes or anything while you play, honestly,
Am I crazy?
Want to know what's going on, you'll look into the lore yourself. It doesn't really ever hold your hand with that. Because if you don't look at any of the lore or any of the secret notes or anything while you play, honestly, some of the stuff seems out of left field. But if you are paying attention to the lore as you find it,
I must have been
the
seeing
really hidden stuff, but the stuff that you can find looking around, not only is most of this game foreshadowed, it's directly explained before it happens. Down to the fact that this poster, which is all over this facility, foreshadows one of the biggest plot twists and reveals of the entire
I was trying to figure out what the heck that was about earlier when I was watching the playthrough. Oh, wow, that's a good one.
franchise.
Me too. Rice cats are the bomb dig.
We start off right at the end of Chapter 4, where Huggy Wuggy is chasing us deeper into the laboratory. Basically the home base for
Such
the
a cool
prototype.
sequence.
We eventually get away and end up in recycling.
Huggy really was, in my opinion, the
where
star of this. I just love
who did
him.
Not take well to the brainwashing were thrown in, skinned alive, and their organs and fluids harvested for more experiments. It's a grim chapter, but it's there we meet Giblet, a surprisingly sentient and friendly toy. He explains that if we can find a new grab pack, he might be able to help us defeat the prototype. So we do just that and meet up again with him and his friend Chum, and discuss that while the prototype seems invincible, he was captured and tested on by the scientists.
Oh my god, is he, hold on, wait. Is he called, I know he's a chum, like he's a friend, but is he called Chum because he kind of looks like a scramp? He's kind of giving shrimp. Like, you know, he reminds me of the shrimp from Shark Tale. He's a little Shark Tale shrimp. Anyway, sorry.
Anything that could be used against him, they would have written it down. We just need to find the documentation. And after a little digging, we find out that there is a master copy of all of the information of Playtime Co. stored even further down in the data center. So that's
not again.
We get there, we find out the weakness to the prototype, and we kill him. In getting this document, we also find out a few things. The poppy seeds had been utilized in order to create what they call the growth medium, something that can make flesh or living organic material exponentially grow.
This is something that was introduced in chapter 1, but I feel like we got a really great explanation for it in this chapter. Like, we really got down to the nitty-gritty science of it all.
They do this on plants, they do this on people, they put it into the toys. It's the secret sauce that makes this work. And that growth medium, the perfected version, is the one that the prototype and Poppy are both full of, which is why they seem to not be able to die. They take a lot of damage, they don't eat or drink, yet they're still kicking and seem fine. It's that growth medium, the perfected version. We also find out about something called a negation formula. In essence, a chemical that could neutralize the effects of the growth medium. It's the thing we need to kill the prototype, and that recipe is on those data centers. So we continue further down, and on the way find out that the children are being brainwashed to be more acclimated to becoming a toy. All of these videos being recorded or performed live by Miss Gracie. This children's show nightmare flip of a thing. And it's not the presentation, it's the content.
Any negative Nancy's tell us we can't be toys, then we'll pop their heads off. Let's be soft like Huggy Wuggy, my little sweetie Sam.
And it actually turns out that during the Hour of Joy, when they got their hands on her, they actually turned her into a toy and then forced her to watch her own videos, which is why Lily Lovebraids is so insane. But speaking of Lily, she
Okay, so Rytos has the same sort of feeling that I do. or the same perspective that I do, that Lily Love Braids is for sure Miss Gracie, but because she's so aware of herself in the video, it's harder for her to do what, she can't give herself over entirely to the idea of being Lily Love Braids, or at least it's much, much harder for her because she can see herself in the video. None of the other kids, when they are turned into toys, or any of the other experiments after being turned into toys, are being brainwashed by themselves. Do you know what I'm saying? She's being brainwashed by her own self. So that's why I think that's where I think the confusion is coming in from folks.
Us and offers us up to the prototype, where we finally get the reveal of this monstrosity. And let me tell you, this is an amazing design. I am so happy and impressed with the design of the prototype.
That seems to be the majority in the chat too. Is you guys seem to like the design of the prototype. I'm kind of shocked because like yesterday I was getting this impression that it was like like everybody hated it. Well, at least it was like a very 50-50 split, you know? I don't get it. I think it's really cool. I don't know. I just don't have an issue with it.
Lived up to it, and I'm very glad I stayed off of Twitter and TikTok Tuesday and Wednesday until I played the game myself, because apparently it literally got spoiled the day before the game came out. Crazy.
I didn't know that. I missed that entirely.
The orphans are in fact dead, and in front of us the prototype seems to almost kill Poppy, possibly kill Poppy, but then there's a scuffle and Kissy scoops up Poppy and the three of us escape.
I think he freaks out in this moment. When this happens and the prototype squeezes on Poppy's head like that and she cracks, he seems kind of shook by it. If you go back, if you look at his face when it cracked, the crack happens.
There's a scuffle and Kissy scoops up Poppy.
He goes like, oh no, oh God, what have I done? Like, it's almost like he either doesn't know his own strength or he has difficulty like maintaining his anger. Like he can't like stop himself even when he wants to. Yeah. Stares at his hand. Yeah. And I have a theory about that. But there's a number of little different theories about the prototype, but we'll get to the prototype.
The three of us escape, finding out that Poppy did survive this seemingly fatal attack, likely due to her growth medium.
She be looking rough
though.
To
get to the tram to get to the data center. And we finally do. But as we get to the station, the prototype shows up again and kills Huggy Wuggy and Kissy Missy in front of us, leaving us only Giblet, Poppy, and ourselves. We hop on the train, and
that was crazy. It's one of those things I should have seen coming. I should have seen it coming, but I didn't. I was so caught up in the moment of getting to see them give us a little of that. I was so happy and so excited for that moment. I was like, oh, finally a moment of respite. And that happened. I was not expecting it. Even though I feel like I should have. Like, when it happened, I was like, duh. I think even in that moment, I said, what did I tell you guys? I said, it's going to be a Romeo and Juliet situation. And that's exactly what I got. I gave myself over to the love in that moment, though.
And eventually use the train to try to attack the prototype. And it does stall him for a
fair
moment,
enough, Carrie.
But again, he can't be killed normally. So he bursts out and catches up to us.
Woo,
stabbing
he crazy.
the player through the chest and kidnapping Poppy once again.
I'm going to tell you something, though. When people say Choo Choo Charles, when they give you the Choo Choo Charles reference
for a moment, but again, he can't be killed normally.
This right here,
so
I get it.
He bursts out and catches up to us.
That's kind of giving. It's kind of giving Choo Choo Charles with the spider and the face. I get it.
And then there's this final cutscene, which, we're looking at it, so many people think we're being dunked into the vat of the Poppy mixture. But I think that's what's happening to Poppy. He said that he will fix her and make her better, saying that she acts like a child because they made her into a child.
Putting us in the POV of Poppy would be crazy.
And then throws her in the growth serum to grow more makes sense. Not to mention, we get stabbed and fall, and then we wake up to Giblet shocking us in the exact same spot. So I think we just got stabbed and left for dead. How we survived this stab, I have no idea. And frankly, it makes me think the player might already have some of the growth mixture inside of them, and we're going full Ethan Winters. but I don't know, that remains to be seen. But since we are finally at the servers, the player and Giblet go down and access the master backup copy of all the data. And the master copy is apparently the Doctor, who's still alive. And with the implications that we need to ask him for help, the chapter ends. What an insane chapter.
Yeah.
And as wordy and long as that summary was, I promise you that is a bare bones skim.
No, I think that was a really good summary. I think that was a really good one. I'm gonna go ahead and
seems to be our final
the
rising
video.
action, giving us all the information we need to know about our antagonists, how to defeat them, how we're going to find out how we defeat them, who they are, what their motivations are. We got all of that in just chapter 5. So what lore did we learn in this chapter? Frankly, there was so much direct lore that some of it felt almost fan-made. It was too good to be true. And I'll be very honest in saying that as of recording and writing this, I have not found every single note in the game. At least I don't think I did. I did 2 playthroughs, and while neither of them found all 35 notes in one playthrough, I got different notes in each playthrough. So I got
I'm with you,
most of them,
Cinnabitten.
but
Yeah.
I did find and listen to every cassette tape, VHS tape, and Limon. He's there. Although, quick thing,
Limon!
I can't get him past this cutscene. So I'm putting out a bounty. I don't know, $20, whatever. The first person who can figure out how to get Limon to the end of the game, record it and let me know. I want to do Limon percent so bad. But the lore reveals in this chapter were insane. This chapter confirms the identity of the prototype.
Yup.
How him and Poppy were created. It confirms the prototype's motivation, and it even nearly confirms the player identity. But before we even get to all of that, it also explains how the Doctor survived chapter 4. A lot of folks are understandably confused that half of chapter 4 was dedicated to killing the Doctor, and then in the next chapter he's not dead. But
I'm gonna cut him off. Oh, thank you so much, Tyrion, for the $2 super chat. Limon. Limon. I live for that. Shoot. Oh, yes. One of my big issues with chapter 4 was the Doctor not getting his fill. Like, I felt like we built up the Doctor so much, and I didn't think we got enough of him in his chapter. So I'm so glad. I agree with folks in the chat that he's coming back, presumably for what I assume is got to be the last chapter. They said 5 chapters. I was expecting this to be the 5th the end. And I think that led to some disappointment for me in this. Is I was really expecting us to wrap it up. I also expected it to be much longer. I was, like they set it up as like, oh, this is going to be a long one, folks. And then I feel like it was just like over like that. Anyway.
But there are 2 hidden letters to Leith Pierre that sort of just directly
Leaf Pierre. Yeah. Yeah, there's the notes are the key in this
not
game.
dead, but there are 2 hidden letters to Leith Pierre that sort of just directly explain how this is possible. The first one here is actually the Doctor explaining that he figured out the possible way to duplicate a mind, a way to infinitely test on somebody's brain if you can duplicate their mind. That way you won't have to worry about running out of test subjects. They decided it best to use that very same technology to copy his mind and keep a backup of it in case anything ever happened. So the Doctor we see in the basement is not the Doctor we killed in chapter 4. It's a copy of him. A copy of him that doesn't even know what the Hour of Joy is. So it'll be interesting to see how he interacts with the player. But speaking of the player, who is the player? Hi there, viewer. Did you know that code RITOS can get you 10% off your whole... Actually,
I
you
did.
double the discount, 20% off your... It seems more and more like...
Rye comes in hot with the ad break. Rye comes in hot with the ad break. Okay.
Likely, especially after chapter 5, that the player character is Richard Lovitz, the guy we've heard about or from in...
Which was a really popular contender on when we were chatting about this before. So anyway, I'll let them continue.
At least one audio tape or VHS tape or whatever in every single chapter. And the main reason is twofold. One, all the other candidates are kind of doing their own thing. Rich was thought to be one of the main possibilities for the prototype, but now that we definitively know who that is, he can't go there. And
Which I'm so glad about, because when I'm not even watching an ad. What do you think I am? When people were saying that Rich Lovitz would be the prototype, I was like, this does not make chronological sense. I literally don't understand how anybody was ever... I'm sorry, okay? Look, listen to me, okay? I'm sorry. But if you genuinely were walking along believing Rich Lovitz could have ever been the prototype, what are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, he's 1006. We're saying that Poppy and the prototype got made after the Bigger Body Initiative was going on. I don't even understand. Like, it makes no sense to me. I don't get it. He worked at the factory. He knew about the stuff that was going on with the orphanage and everything else. It doesn't make any sense to me. And every time people would be like, "Nah, it's possible." I'm just like, "Oh, whatever, girl." Like, I just always assume like there must be something I just don't understand. But this chapter made it abundantly clear to me that I was right the whole time, and everybody's crazy. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
2, the main other possibility for the player was the 5th executive, and now we know exactly who that is. And it all comes down to this audio tape, where Eddie Ritterman and Leith Pierre are trying to figure out what to do about Rich. As, even though he's just a warehouse manager, he's become sort of a people's champion.
It might not be happening for you guys, but I'm getting flashes on my screen. I don't know if it's happening for you guys when I went back and looked at it, but I'm getting purple flashes on my screen. So I don't know. William Afton's haunting my PC.
The employees really love and respect him, which means if he ever found out about what was going on and he told the employees, it would be a huge problem. But they can't just fire him because he would become a martyr. People would go on strike for him if they fired him. So the plan was instead to make him an executive, give him a massive promotion, a new car, huge money, basically make it seem like he sold his soul, like he sold out the employees in their best interest to enrich himself, giving up on fighting for his fellow workers in the chase of that bag. Because remember, as workers, collective action is our only bargaining chip. Anything
Let's go, Rye. Join a union.
The upper class trying to push the lower classes down. We are stronger together. There are more of us than there are them.
Ooh, let's go. Let's go. Okay, sorry. Based.
Once everybody hates Rich for seeming like a sellout, they can fire him without issue. And suddenly, this explains everything about the player character. That's why the player is the 5th executive. It's why the 5th executive's name was hidden from us. It's why there are 5 executive slides, but only 4 executive doors down in the play care. It's why Dr. Harley Sawyer doesn't recognize this 5th executive. It's because it was all a sham. They never actually planned to have Rich be the 5th executive. They only gave him the promotion so they could fire him without issue. This is by far the best explanation for any player character we've gotten so far. We play as Rich, someone who's come to help and stop what's going on, save what children he can, and undo what he unwillingly helped to support. But that's still technically speculation. We didn't get a solid confirmation that the player is Rich. So let's move on to something we did get a direct confirmation for. The prototype has been one of the biggest mysteries of Poppy Playtime since we first saw its hand. Something that was maybe the first bigger body experiment, but not technically a bigger body. All we ever saw was this skeletal hand. But the timeline was always a bit confusing about him, and his source and who made him was always murky. Is it?
Not to me. Not to me. Now, I will say I did speculate that the prototype created himself. I was under the impression that Elliot Ludwig created the prototype out of himself. He became a recluse at the end of his life. I believed that, this is my theory, okay? That Elliot Ludwig, if he could bring his daughter back to life, maybe he already did that, right? In my timeline, I wasn't 100%. Or he figured out how. He was like, but if I bring her back, then I won't be able to. Or he was like, I want to make sure she's perfect, so I'm going to do this experiment on myself first. And then then we could be a perfect family together, okay? That's what I was speculating, okay? Obviously, that's not exactly what happened. But, there's still places to speculate here. Okay.
Elliot Ludwig, is it Rich?
But I always believed that Elliot created the prototype. Since day one, you couldn't convince me otherwise. And people told me I was wrong. And people told me I was wrong. And people told me I was wrong. And for that, you need to go watch that My Elliot video again. And you need to give it a like if you didn't before. And you need to comment, I'm sorry that I doubted you.
Leith Pierre is the 5th executive? No one really knew. And we finally have the reveal
We
of
didn't
who
know,
the prototype
but
is.
I knew.
And while I don't think it was the most common theory, this was a heavily speculated character to be the prototype. But
Well,
I'll let the audio tape
technically,
speak for
they gave it away. Technically, they told us, right? Technically, they told us.
itself.
Did you say something? Oliver? If you want to talk, I'm here.
There is a better recording of this where the person is not walking around, touching stuff.
I don't pretend to know.
This is a horrible recording, right, Toast? There is a better one. There is a better one. We're switching to the better one. Hang on. For the love of God. We're going to listen to this version. Elliot, the version that Raya uploaded is bad. I'm sorry. Fox Play's great. I don't got a problem with Fox Play, but friend was walking around and opening doors and touching stuff while the tape was playing, and you can't hear it. Sand, this is the biggest one I have. It's a 64-ounce tanker, and it's allowing me to get hydrated. So, all right, this is a better version. Okay.
Did you say something? Oliver? If you want to talk, I'm here. I don't pretend to know how you're feeling.
Don't pretend to know the challenges you're facing.
It was always about her. What do you mean? No, Ollie.
It was never about me. Never about my better place.
The fact that you're alive is a miracle. Just stay alive, Ollie. That would be enough.
It was for her. She's all you talk about.
Oh, my boy.
You don't get to call me that.
Vengeful spirit.
Ollie's gone, and I'm a test run. The prototype. When you get her back, you'll pick up a hammer just like him. Just like...
Nothing can make things go back to how they used to be, but we could be a family. If you want. And for what it's worth, I think you and her would get along really well. And as for your name, well, I can call you whatever you like.
When can I meet her?
Soon.
When can I meet her is what it really says.
Very soon.
My sister's keeper type beat. My sister's keeper type beat. Do we know that story? Do you know that story? I feel like if they don't, if it doesn't matter. Mio, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. I know. Okay, there's some questions in here. Okay, there is some questions in here. Because people say like, oh, that's Poppy's brother or whatever. Ollie doesn't know who she is. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, my sister's keeper broke everybody's heart. How could it not? All right. We'll go back to this. Love you, Fox Play. Shout out to Fox Play. I've got your video pulled up still. Oh, wait, that's Cat Play. Maybe I did pull out of Fox Play. Well, I did. I looked at your video at the very least. Like, come on now. Stop touching stuff. Stay still.
It was for her. She's all you talk about.
My boy.
We'll let this play over the
Get to call me that.
memberships because there's already so much crap going on anyway. It's just kind of like taking the levity out of the moment, or the
happening here, because that seemed
the
really
weight
direct.
out of the moment.
As we see in the files, the prototype was the predecessor to Poppy. He's experiment 100.
Okay, wait. He is experiment 1006. I'm just saying, give it up for me. I called it. I said, nah, Elliot Ludwig is a bad father, and you're not going to convince me otherwise. And I was right. Yeah, Carrie, I could tell you were being sarcastic. Okay, I think that was it. Ugh. Who got it? Oh, yeah, you got Mrs. Trap. Not a lot of people that I see in the chat often, but maybe some lurkers. Anyway.
06, and Poppy is experiment 1007.
Thanks, you try
and
it.
both of them were created with the specific mixture that Elliot Ludwig created that makes somebody never die. Now combine that with what we hear in this page in the last room in the game, what Leith Pierre wrote in his
The
journal. Quote,
orphanage. Sorry, now I'm just gonna find anywhere I can throw it in there. The orphanage was started before he died. Yes, because we hear him in an ad talking about it.
that with what we hear in this page in the last room in the game, what Leith Pierre wrote in his journal. Quote, where to even begin with this nightmare of a week? They were hiding it down in play care, probably for several weeks, and somehow nobody noticed it. If it weren't for the accident with that Theodore child, I'm not sure we'd have discovered them at all. Or
I don't know about
Elliot's
Leith yet.
body. At any rate, Theodore's imaginary friend won't talk to anyone, but the girl...
Is that a real question, Sand? I mean, William is like 100 times worse. Like, what happened post Elliot is worse. Like what the chain of events that Elliot started is worse, in my opinion, than FNAF, right? Way more kids dead, right? But William actively like killed a lot more kids. Just, I mean, like, you know, stabby, stabby, murder, murder. Anyway.
The one Elliot's notes called 1007 is a bit more
How in the world did the captions get that wrong? Okay, sorry. Let me go back.
Discovered them at all, or Elliot's body. At any rate, Theodore's imaginary friend won't talk to anyone, but the girl, the one Elliot's notes called 1007, is a bit more cooperative. I feel like a moron just writing this part. She introduced herself as Poppy, not the doll, but the girl the dolls were made after, Poppy Ludwig. She remembered me, how we met. She had the same voice and everything. It was made only more unnerving by the fact that she seemed downright traumatized by the whole ordeal. It's impossible, isn't it? The girl's been gone a long time. There's more though. Things my investigator dug up from an office Elliot had tucked away. Most of it is trashed, but there are pieces. I still don't know what to make of it. All I know for sure is something big has been going on under our noses. Whatever it is, I think it might have gotten the old man killed. And a picture starts to form here. But
okay, Frigid, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Hey, Nervous, we're currently making an indie animated FNAF series called Fredbear and Friends Revamped. Want a cameo? That sounds fun. Send me, my business email is on, and if you've already sent me an email, just, I'm sorry, I don't check it all the time. But my business email is on my YouTube page if you would like to send me an email with more details. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tyrion, for the $5 story author. I need an inciting incident every bad father ever. Incredible. All right.
But to be clear, let me put it together. When Elliot Ludwig's daughter died, he began working on experimenting with rats and poppy flowers to try to undo death, to revive something that has died, make something...
It's like a Rye in the corner of Rye's video from where it's his gameplay footage.
Unkillable, immortal. Or at least, we know that by experiment 814, he was working with gel made out of poppies and rats. And he must have figured it out by experiment 1005, because by 1006, he felt confident enough to try this experiment on a child. Obviously, he couldn't risk his daughter's life. He would have come this far for nothing if his experiment didn't work.
Jax.
He needed to test it. Enter Oliver, an orphan from likely the play care that he could adopt as his own for one sole purpose, an experiment before trying this new method of revival on his own daughter. And it did work. Now, we don't know exactly what he was. He may have just been this sentient, crawlable hand for all we know. But he was sentient, could speak, and had all of the memories of Oliver still. Once this worked,
I'm gonna go ahead on a limb here and say he probably had a mouth of some kind.
Elliot began working immediately on Poppy, creating Poppy, experiment 1007. And it was in this time that Ollie began to realize that he was only a test run for Elliot Ludwig. That was the point of all of this. And in his frustration in finding out
You try it. I believe 1005 was a rat. I think we find that out a while ago. I don't know. I can't tell you for a fact, but I do believe we hear about the rat experiments in an earlier chapter. So true, gal. It's so true.
All he ever was
Yeah, Jax,
a
that was
prototype
my
for
thought
Elliot's
process.
manipulations and experiments. He lost it, and he killed Elliot Ludwig. And from then on, the prototype and Poppy hid in the playcare away from staff, until eventually the prototype's escape attempt failed. Theodore was just supposed to open a door for him, but ended up getting horribly electrocuted, and the prototype gave himself up to save him. That's how the prototype becomes initially captured by the scientists. The scientists didn't create the prototype or Poppy. They were both by Elliot. They were found by the scientists, and the experiments increased and ramped up from then on. That being said, though...
Oh, right, 814 was the rat. Yeah, but we know that Ollie was the first human.
Goal. Like, what is the point of all this? Why is the prototype ruining the lives of everyone at this factory? What is the purpose? Well, that's spelled out for us pretty plainly in this audio tape. In essence, the prototype and Poppy are the only two successful experiments, the ones that cannot die. Everyone else eventually will. The prototype is terrified of a lonely infinity, being alive forever with no one but Poppy to share it with. And even then, Poppy doesn't seem to want to share it with him. So he needs to figure out immortality so that he's not alone for the rest of his life. Now, he's still very evil, because like, I get that fear causing you to do terrible things, but as we discussed, a negation formula was already like figured out by now. He could just die if he's so afraid of living forever, but he chooses not to. Instead, he causes mass toy genocide in order to hopefully figure out what his father already did. So what's next for the franchise? This game shook up the Poppy Playtime timeline immensely, and I would need a whole separate video to talk about the timeline of Poppy Playtime at this point. But the big question is, now that we know more than ever where we are, when we are, and what's happening next? The way I see it, there's really two possibilities for where the franchise goes on from here, and that's if they want to do just a chapter 6 to end out the series, or if they want to do chapter 6 and 7.
Boo.
Shit. If it's just chapter 6, then it seems like pretty straightforward what the ending is going to be. Rich and Giblet, with the assistance and knowledge from the Doctor, are going to finally take on the prototype and the modified
They
new
have
Poppy,
to.
being able
If they
take
do
them
with
both
chapter
down
7,
with
I'm
the
gonna
negation formula.
eat my own
I also have a
socks.
feeling Chum is going to show up. We've established that one of the creatures who agreed to have the prototype is secretly on our side, and they seem fine by the end of the chapter. So I wouldn't doubt if that seed was planted, so later down the line, in a key moment, Chum can betray the prototype and help us. But we'll see. However, if there's a chapter 7, then I could see Poppy Playtime going full Portal 2 with this ending.
Jax.
In the process of taking down the prototype, the Doctor tells us that he can take it apart from the inside if we can get his consciousness into that toy somehow. And when we do so, it does work, but now Harley Sawyer controls the body of the prototype, ejects out the prototype's consciousness, and is
not
the
a
new
good
big
thing.
bad. And we have to work with Poppy and the consciousness of the prototype to take on Harley Sawyer, this monstrous, infinite.
I don't want to edit it, and it's
like
like 4 a.m. That's what the text says.
For it to come out. I mean, hell, I thought this was going to be the final chapter, and here we are. And that is my analysis and breakdown of Poppy Playtime Chapter 5.
Well, there's a reason we thought it was going to be the final chapter. If they thought it was going to be the final chapter because that's what they said. That's what Mob Entertainment said. Okay, and they lied. And I feel that way about both Poppy and Ollie. Yes, they're adults now. Like it's like the same way that Rebecca is Amanda, right? Like where she has this body of a child, or it is trapped in kind of the world of a child, but she's fully grown. I don't want them to keep going. I don't care if that's mean. I really don't. They need to like wrap it up. Like here's me. If you want to keep making Poppy content, do a sequel, tell a different story. But like, come on now. Like at a certain point, we've got to like let it go. Okay. All right. I'm going to end the poll about the prototype. It looks like most people are fine with it. At the very least, you don't care. I'm very shocked. I have to believe there's just a vocal minority who's out there just saying stuff to say stuff. I just see, I don't like it. I don't like people's negative attitudes. Okay. Let's move on, first of all, to questions, okay? I'm going to go to questions, and then if there are any relevant tapes, notes, etc. that I believe answer those questions, then those will be good ones. But yeah, and poll. Don't pretend to know. Poppy Play Park. Yeah, I think that's what John Funaf was talking about on his channel. I thought that was a good idea. I'm here for that. How many votes were there in the first one? 29 votes. I think there were 29 votes in the first poll. I'm interested in keeping these stats. I don't know why. It sounds like fun to keep them. All right. I don't like the teeth design on the prototype, but that's it. Fair enough. Yeah, Diablos. And that's kind of how she acts in the books, where she's like aware of her past as a child, but she's obviously not still a child from an experience standpoint, right? Garlic, that is a good question. Was Ollie sick? I think something was very wrong. I don't know that he was sick, right? But he definitely has a troubled past of some kind, because he says you're going to pick up that hammer and beat me or whatever, just like did. Just like did. Someone else in Ollie's life has hurt him in some way. So maybe he was maybe he was taken in because he was like very injured. Maybe he was taken and he thought he was getting like a second chance with Elliot. Like Elliot was like, "Oh, I'll take in this child who's like injured or, has maybe a terminal illness or something like that, or just like maybe very very serious behavioral issues. I don't know." And hi Noah. And that's ultimately where we end up. All right. Let's move on to the questions that you submitted earlier. Okay. So this is not the question. Okay. First, this is an easy one, I think, to answer. The first question here, it says, how did the butcher survive being stabbed straight through? The butcher is what the player character is ultimately called, as a sort of nickname based on the fact that they keep killing toys. Oh no, I'm so glad you like it. Is Ollie not Elliot's biological child? I do not believe so, no. We don't know that. I don't know that we know that, but it seems very much more likely that he was taken from the orphanage. So how did the butcher, our player character, survive being stabbed straight through? And is it more or less likely that they're rich from the audio logs with what we learned about him this chapter? Great question from MFKN Bumblebee, which we know MFKN is probably short for something, but I'm not going to say it. I think the butcher survives because they are guarded with plot armor. It's possible that it's a poppy gel situation. There is, healing properties. I just want to put it through and put it out there. We have survived some pretty... Oh, Noah, I'm so proud of you. Congratulations. Over 3,000 subscribers. That's crazy. So anyway. So, and I would say that it's more likely that he's rich. I'm not 100% sold on it yet, but there's so much build up. He's a very strong contender character. We know that he had a good heart. We know that he would sacrifice himself to fight back for these people. And we hear, like Rye mentioned in their video, that Rich got a fake promotion, like just a sham promotion, just to make sure that the other employees didn't still like him, etc., etc. I don't know who else it could be. If we had even gotten a little more information from Avery, then I would maybe consider maybe he's a contender. But we get so much more information about Rich in this one, I think it makes sense. My only thing about Rich is just, like, I don't understand how he's as old as he is. I don't, like, it's a kind of confusing concept for me. I almost tend to wonder if we are in some way a toy, ourselves somehow, if, like, I don't know, but it seems like we leave and we come back. And so I would just need a timeline on that. Maybe we're in our 50s, which would be somewhat believable, right? You know, people can be pretty spry in their 50s. I mean, if you take care of yourself, I don't think the 50s are necessary. If you do your, what do you call it? If you stretch, you exercise, you eat well, you do that stuff. Um, it's very, very possible. He was also, if he was let go right prior to the hour of joy, maybe even that would be something that oh, you know what? It kind of all lines up. I don't know that Rye says this in their video, but if they did and I just missed it, but we know there's a resistance that forms, right? We know PW is a part of it. We know that at least a handful of other employees are a part of it. Um, Sorry, I was reading chat. It's very, very likely that Avery was a part of it. It's possible that Stella Graber had some knowledge of it. I don't know. It depends. I would venture to suggest that maybe Chloe, who we meet and notes in this video, would have been, or in this chapter, would have been a part of it. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is they would have kept this information from Rich, especially post promotion. Oh, or especially if they thought he was in line for a promotion, Like, it seems like when Avery is talking to Rich in the Fortnite notes, which is a real thing that we have to. Hi, good night, Cinnabon. We know that Avery and Rich were still in contact with each other, but Avery is potentially being a little more reserved with exactly what he'll talk to Rich about. I think that would make sense. He's already head of shipping, so anyway. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, and then in one of the notes that we get in Poppy Playtime Chapter 5 is, I thought it was inventory, but it's like some kind of, it's not inventory, it's like a shipment note. Shipping manifest. That's why, because they're both same year, but okay, shipping manifest, July 95. This is what, a month before the hour of joy. And you find it pretty close to the beginning of the game. Official note, team, we're on a rushed timetable here. BH is already 3 weeks behind schedule, and Play Park has needs we can't meet at current capacity. Overseas reps say their timetable is running behind. Keep overseas materials through 995 for safety. And remember to be delicate here. We don't want this to get on Rich's radar. So regardless of like if this is just very basic, we're just behind on what we should be, getting done, or if this is a matter of maybe attempting to hide some things in preparation for the hour of joy. It's very clear that shipping, who Avery is a part of, or which Avery is a part of, is interested in hiding things from Rich at this point. So I just don't think Rich quite fits the bill for the pro tag. The pro tag is fit, quiet, and seemingly has nothing to lose. Rich was older, louder, man with a wife who'd probably not want him doing this. I'm gonna offer you some things here. One, it's very, very possible that you try it. Do you see on screen where it says, please do not spam questions, comments? If you do, I will just ignore them. I'm not reading this now. Okay. So, I'm gonna offer you a couple things. One, it's very, very possible that Rich got divorced. It's very, very possible that he was giving so much of his life over to work that it didn't work out, or something happened after him getting fired that made something didn't work out, or she's passed. We don't know. We don't know if he still has a wife by the time of the game. We don't know that he doesn't, and I do think that is a good point. And I agree with you. Protagonist seems more like they have nothing to lose. Rich seems like he does have something to lose, but he would also potentially be a very, very guilty person. So if you're a very, very guilty person, then it might not matter if you have something to lose or not, right? Two, we know the protagonist is quiet, but the protagonist isn't quiet because the protagonist is a quiet guy. The protagonist is quiet because it's the player character. Okay? The protagonist doesn't speak because if he spoke, then we would all know who he is. The protagonist is quiet by necessity, okay? For all intents and purposes, it's very possible that the protagonist does talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just don't get to hear that because it would ruin the experience of the game as far as that mystery is concerned, right? Isn't the protagonist someone who is involved with the experiments? We do not know that. Mommy Longlegs says, you worked here, so if anyone deserves to die, it's you. We don't ever have any information that exactly what the person who is the main character was doing at the facility. Now, some of the toys may have the impression that Rich would have been a part or aware of the experiments because of his promotion just before getting fired. So there's a possibility there. Oh, a mirror. That would be interesting, but we don't know what Rich looks like, so it would kind of be pointless. Um, Again, another thing that could happen is maybe he's quiet now because he feels like he has to be. Maybe he's quiet now because he's full of shame and guilt. Like maybe he has nothing to say, right? Maybe Kid from that one tape. As far as I can tell, it seems that Avery is Kid based on the rest of their communications. It seems like maybe we just don't know Kid's name in that one tape, but for further tapes seem to suggest that the Kid is Avery, but I don't know. Oh, lovely cake. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Doesn't Poppy say that we did nothing wrong? There you go. You try it. Very good point. The mystery with the protagonist's identity is giving me war flashbacks to theorizing who Willie was. LOL. Stealthy and alive is better than alive and better than loud and dead. Yeah, Darnak. Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, I don't think that I still think Avery could be on the table here for a number of reasons, but we just don't know. We didn't get any information about Avery in this one, but we got more information about Rich. We've been slowly building up information about Rich, so yeah. There are letters from a scientist that was married with kids who didn't see them again after going to the factory. Yes, Zeta. Yes, we can read those if you guys would like. I would say not. I would say not because Avery worked top level and doesn't talk to Rich after he's promoted deeper in the factory where we find the tape with Kid. What? I mean, maybe Jax. I don't know. Anyway. So this is the thing that would kind of lead me into the world of like, oh, this is July 95. This is very close to the Hour of Joy, and there is already starting to kind of be this sort of we don't want Rich to know about something, right? Even if it is just we don't want Rich to know that we're kind of slacking here. It is what it is. Slowly building up info about Rich and now a new character Giblet introduced. I may be coping. Hey Harrison, I think let's go there. Let's move there. We'll go back to the questions from the thing in a minute, but let's just go right to Giblet, okay? Let me pull up from the Broken Things characters. Giblet. There he is. All right, so here's Giblet. Totally understand the world where we see that this guy is rich. Totally understand the world where we would see this guy is rich. He's got that vibe about him. We're not the first to try and take down the prototype. Everyone who tries, they fail. I mean, you've seen the guy. He's so juiced up on the pink stuff, you could cut him in half and he just put himself back together, but everyone has a weakness. He doesn't have the... He's a... I don't know. We'd have to... Do we get any information on his invention and his creation? One thing we do know about Giblet, though, is that this is what he's chosen to put in his mirror in his home. Giblet, this Giblet, does not want to look at himself in the mirror. This is what he allows himself to see. It's mainly the "I'm no hero" line for me. I think I really do see this. I see this more than protagonist, quite frankly. Like, honest to goodness. It just is what it is, you know. But we gotta talk about everything. We don't learn a whole lot about this toy in general. Giblet appears to be a chihuahua-like creature. Okay. But I don't think... Okay. When Playtime Co. was still active, they created the Giblet toy as a protector-like figure for children. So we do know this. Now, tell me this. It depends on when exactly Giblet got gibleted. But if we're going off of the Rich assumption here, it's possible that they did this to Giblet with Rich post under the guise of a promotion. Sorry, I had to make sure my cats weren't eating something they weren't supposed to eat. I think there's a lot of Rich-like qualities going on here. I get it. But yeah, we don't get a whole lot of information. I'm gonna go ahead and just skim through here. Okay, this is... This is making me want to scream. Okay, yeah. We do not get any information. We know he's experiment 1202. I don't even know where we find that information. But I don't know. He's secretive about his back story. It kind of doesn't, I don't know. It's hard for me to look at him as like an employee that was turned into a toy because it seems like those get a lot more tortured based on what we know. Like Cat B isn't a part of the resistance anymore. Like it seems like something maybe terrible, horrible happened to Cat B. It seems like maybe the employees would have been eaten first, you know? But I mean, we can't say for sure. He's definitely been through something, right? Rich being built up in every chapter feels like Chekhov's thermonuclear bomb. Like, it's so obvious that it means something that calling it a Chekhov's gun feels like an understatement. Fair enough. Oh, Catby and Braun. I really wish we got to see Catby. I will say I'm like very, very, very slightly disappointed that they spent all this time building up PW as a character just for him to be Catby and not even be in the game. Like, he gets a note in this game. I think that's like it. He was really just existing for the ARG, and I'm not even really sure what the ARG's ultimate purpose was besides describing him. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I guess they're just showing us the fate of the guy from the book. But yeah. I did think we would see Cabby Preston, yeah. I mean, even if just falling from something and dying. Or dead, you know, if we just found him dead. Okay. I need to pee, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you guys to listen to the rest of the tapes. If you haven't heard the tapes, this is all of the tapes. I'm going to leave you all to listen to all of the tapes so you've heard them all. The closed captions are automatic captions. They are automated captions. They are not the literal captions, so there may be some discrepancies. But this is the cleanest audio that I could find of them. So that's what we're going to listen to. I'm going to leave you with that while I run to the restroom. And I'll be back. I'll join you, when I join you. I've heard all of these before. I've listened to them a couple of times now. Okay.
Keep looking. The last of them can't have gotten far.
Be think they're gone. Kissy, our friends, they're gone too. I'm so sorry. It was an ambush. Somehow Prototype's hunters knew we'd be here. We need to call Ollie, and... It wasn't supposed to be like this. I'm supposed to be... Hey, I'm here for you. I feel it too. Let's be scared together. You and me. I hold on to you, and you hold on to me. Just like always. Let's just wait it out a few more minutes. Until we know it's safe.
This is ridiculous. Tying them up, leaving them in there. Just kill them and be done with it.
It wasn't supposed to be like this.
Don't be a coward. You know what they did to us.
Okay, what did these people do? Huh? They work in the warehouse. They've never even been down to play care. You don't know them any more than I do. Let's just leave before...
Survivors. In there. He tied them up.
Why?
Because he's soft.
But this isn't... I can't. I just can't.
You can. You have to.
No. No,
They can't leave. And they can't stay.
But I never wanted this.
Want is inconsequential. We agreed.
We do this.
Together.
Here you are.
Hiding in your room. Running away.
From the...
Rebellion you started.
I can't be who they need. I'm not... I didn't ask for them to look to me. But I...
Failed. It scared you. And so you ran. Like a child.
Prototype, stop this. Please. You wanted something better, but if you don't let the orphans go, you won't get it. Don't you see that? Even if you kill me, you'll be fighting the others for years. Please, just let them go, and no one else needs to die for either of us. Please.
Everything dies, Poppy.
Everything except us. You refuse truth. You refuse reality.
Your infants can never go free.
Otherwise, we'll be left with nothing.
And infinity will be
Lonely. I know only one way to make you see this.
No! No! Prototype! Please! Stop! Please!
before it keeps playing, I just want to kind of answer your question. I think it probably like I think she's screaming because like how long is she gonna sit in that case alone, solitary confinement for who knows how long? You know, that's the torture. Is that she's just in there alone for who knows how long? Yeah, that was my guess.
Okay, so again, thank you all for coming in and being a part of this focus group. Now, what you just saw was a promo for our newest line of toys, the Wrong Side Outimals. And we'd love to get your honest reaction to...
I think they're disgusting.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, hey, no wrong answers. Can you tell me a little...
And satanic.
Uh-huh. They do sort of look a bit demonic. Ugh. You know?
Is that what you're trying to teach kids? How to turn animals inside out?
Is the octopus...
Oh.
Is he turning into a fish skeleton? I don't get it.
Octopuses don't have bones.
Okay, everyone. Let's stay on track here. So I have, disgusting. Yep, okay.
In a bad way.
Great. Yes, disgusting in a bad way. I wrote it down twice. Okay. Anyone
And
else?
satanic.
Yeah, I wrote that one down. Yeah, we're good on satanic.
What if they had a skateboard?
I'm sorry?
What if one of these outsidimals, what if he had a skateboard?
Okay. You'd like one of them.
I mean, I wouldn't like it, but, the kids.
I just really think it's all in bad taste. It's all very Jeffrey Dahmer.
Okay, how about positive feedback? Is there anything that we like?
I like the one with the doobie.
Oh, that's that's a paintbrush.
Oh, then I like it.
That one makes me laugh so hard. Why was the Wrong Side Outimals the VHS tape for the chapter? I think the only point was to show what ultimately the prototype was doing with his experiments. I think I think it's just an allusion to that. Like, yeah, it's a marketing opportunity. But yeah, I died. Yes, it would have made more sense for Lily Love Braids to be the VHS tape. I agree. I think the Wrong Side Outimals was literally just a matter of going, hey, the prototype is, doing crazy experiments on these like creatures, and so here would have been the marketable version of that if we were going to do a marketable version of that.
Dave, I've been reviewing your concerns about our head of shipping.
He's becoming some sort of people's champion. Now too many noses are sniffing around. We deal with this now, we'll make him a martyr.
Not if we deal with it the right way.
Oh?
I think Mr. Lovitz is due for a promotion.
You're serious?
Oh, he can't be the people's champion if he's one of us. Up his pay, his title, new parking spot. Give him a new car, too. Let everyone think he's sold his soul.
And if it doesn't work?
You worry too much. Try focusing on the bigger picture. Our friends in Tokyo are coming up to speed. At this rate, this factory won't even be our main focus in a few short years.
And the park?
Renovations are underway. I'll be inspecting the premises next week, 7th to the 12th. I trust you won't burn this place down in my absence.
Hold that thought.
I'll do my best. Though I won't lie, This place is feeling more like a powder keg every day.
He was leaving. I'm sorry. Was the Hour of Joy on the 8th, or am I just thinking of that because it was in August? What day was the Hour of Joy? The 8th? The 7th? The 6th? August 8th. So Leith. No, Ritterman. So Ritterman would have been out of town. Or was supposed to be out of town. That's Leith Pierre and Eddie Ritterman. Eddie was off the premises. He wasn't at the park. Now, Harley Sawyer would have known Ritterman, so I don't think it's possible that he'd be the protagonist. Right? Like, that doesn't make sense. What I will say is that we do find out in a note that Ritterman was ill. So it's possible that Ritterman died of natural causes. He's just still in Tokyo. But yeah. He's probably still alive, which could give us the sequel. Poppy in Tokyo. Honestly, if they really want to go marketing, they will make the sequel in Tokyo. We could get a whole line of like Pokemon ripoffs. Yeah. Lovely cat. I remember that. I remember that. He feels like a great sequel antagonist. Yeah, it could be something cuz he was passing away. He was ill. He had some kind of disease. We'll look at it in a second. But yeah, we get a note about his health. Actually, I can just do it right now. I didn't want to interrupt this too much, but it's happening already. Not the shipping manifest, but it's like a medical report, Ritterman. Medical report, Ritterman. He has, as of 1994, so the prior year, he has some kind of very specific disease. Am I stupid? I can't. Kennedy's disease. There it is. Assessment. Kennedy's disease. Progressive degenerative myopathy. Disease progression consistent with expectations. Increased weakness likely due to natural progression. Oh, nice mouse flash. That's cute. You try it. We don't know. We really don't know. It could have rebranded, you know. But he was falling a lot. We know that Eddie Ritterman in the year prior was falling a fair bit. So, for Playtime Biz, Harrison. Who got turned into Braun in the ARG? Like a much older man, maybe someone in their 70s, who volunteered for the treatment because he also had a disease. But I don't think it was Eddie. We would have known that. Yeah, Thomas Clark. Let me think. Humans. Test subjects. Thomas Clark. Yeah, I think you might be right. Yep. Tomas. Yeah. Stupid guy. Gerald Lockhart calls him a stupid guy. Okay, anyway. We'll get back to this now. But that is an interesting point. This is my least favorite. If you haven't heard this one, this is my least favorite.
Megan! Hey, Megan.
One of the friends told me that you're having trouble with the noise of the world being just too much. I brought someone to help.
Go away!
Now that's not very nice. You're going to hurt our friend's feelings.
Chum's not my friend.
Well, sure he is. Chum's friends to all kids, especially sensitive ones like you. He's here to help make your world just a little softer and quieter.
I don't like it. I don't like it in there. I can hear
In
his
there.
heart beating.
Oh, that's just a recording of a heartbeat, silly. Something to make you feel warm and safe, like a little baby. Why don't you just come here?
I don't want to. Don't.
Oh, there you go. See? That's not so bad.
It's okay. I'm better. I'm better.
Of course you are. That's what Chum is for. A little safe space for you. Now you just close your eyes and breathe deep. Everything's better when you're with a friend.
The noises messed me up. Yeah, Zeta, me too. Well, thanks, Gracie. I thought he was like a big hug. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was like, oh, sit here with Chum and he'll cheer you up by giving you a big old hug and you'll squish up against his soft fur. No, he eats to children. And they sit inside of his stomach. And he's got some kind of like, I don't know, drug in there. He's got some kind of substance in his saliva or something. In his stomach acid. I don't know. That like calms them. But yeah, you just like you in the game, there's a part where you go inside Chum. And I didn't put together that was his actual functionality. His tummy full of calm down juice. Yeah. 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 Oh, fair enough. You try it. Yeah, probably an opioid. But yeah, what in heaven's name? That like straight up, when I first was listening to it, I nearly had to like speed it up or skip it. Yes, I think it, wait. That doesn't make sense though. 96. Oh, wait. Yeah. This is nice. Yeah. This next one. Field test was not in 96. This next one that we're about to listen to is from 96. Yeah. This is post Hour of Joy. This next tape is post Hour of Joy. Yeah. All right. 122nd day in isolation.
It's a sunny day.
Miss Gracie. Dear Miss Gracie. You have a first name. What was it?
It says your Miss Gracie, but she doesn't even remember that that's her first name right now. Like she thinks Miss Gracie like is her last name.
What are we talking about, Miss Gracie? Is this another lesson? Oh, just ignore her. She's not real. It's only you here. Just you. Aren't I real, Miss Gracie? Miss Gracie says I'm real. I am Miss Gracie. Snap out of it. Silly. She's on the screen. She's not actually in the room with us. Look around. My hands. Plastic. My face. I thought. Oh. How embarrassing. I can't believe I thought you were actually in the room, Miss Gracie. Egg on my face. Oh. I love Huggy, and I love Kissy, and I love all the friends. I want to go home. No, we're going to have a tea party. I love tea parties, and I love crumpets.
let me out. No, 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 we can brush our hair and hang with the friends.
Sink down and quiet. You are a toy. You have always been a toy.
I am a toy,
Beautiful
Miss Gracie. I'm a good toy. I promise.
are here to be joy.
Woof. You know what I'm saying? Woof. So that is hopefully a good like place to okay, there's a question where somebody was asking about Miss Gracie in my comments. And this is like a pretty good, I feel like, all encapsulating sort of tape that gives you a good idea of what really happened here. The question was because she does have a skeleton that she keeps. I have no doubt in my mind that if she was not just purely her mind was cloned, because it's possible her mind was just cloned, um the same way that they were talking about doing earlier in one of the earlier tapes that you heard, or not one of the tapes, in one of the notes that Rytoast was pointing out. So where Hardly Sawyer's like, well, we can't keep killing kids. Like eventually they're gonna know. Like eventually it's gonna be pretty freaking obvious that we're doing this. So if we could clone minds, it's possible that they decided to clone Miss Gracie's mind, and so real Miss Gracie is in effect dead, but her mind has been like a copy of her mind has been transferred into the Lily toy. I think what's more likely is she was experimented on. I think that makes the most sense. I think that's what would happen. They would obviously not need her skeleton to go inside of Lily. They would just be harvesting organs. So her skeleton could very easily still be intact and discarded somewhere. Without, it doesn't negate her being that. So I would venture on the side of Miss Gracie was experimented on and was put inside of Lily. Yes, you try it. That's what I'm saying. Yes, there is a hole in the skeleton skull, so the prototype took out Miss Gracie and put in Lily. Yes, and that's I would agree too. I'm just answering the question that was asked, on my post over here. It says, I'm confused. Oh, it was Zeta. This was your question. I'm confused on if Lily is Miss Gracie because she had the skeleton in the bedroom. Was it just a brain swap and they kept the body to taunt her? Yeah. I don't even think they kept it to taunt her. I believe that she found it. I think there is even a note or something somewhere where she is like, oh, I can't believe they left you here or whatever. Like, I'm going to protect you. That kind of vibe. The proposal for Lily also specifies she would have artificial bones. Yeah. Mentally, they effectively killed Miss Gracie and created Lily. Like, Lily doesn't even know why they hate her. I hear ya. But I just hope that it's abundantly clear that there is no Lily. Like, Lily doesn't exist outside of a construct as an identity that they've given to Miss Gracie. You know what I'm saying? Like, the consciousness that is Lily isn't not Miss Gracie. It's just she's been brainwashed. She's been hypnotized in a way, just like there is no Huggy Wuggy. You know what I'm saying? Like, there isn't a Huggy Wuggy. There is only the boy, that Sam, and they have been brainwashed. After all the brainwashing and isolation, she's basically a different person mentally. Sure. Like, I mean, you can look at it that way, but like, if I, you know, for all, like, just using the example here, if I brainwashed Jeffrey Dahmer into thinking that his name was like Jerry and he worked in finance, Jeffrey Dahmer, it's still Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, we just messed with his brain, and that makes us bad. That makes us bad if we mess with people's brains and do that kind of stuff. That's not good. We shouldn't do that, right? That's scary and not good idea. but I don't really like. There's not a true separation between Miss Gracie and Lily beyond just the fact that they brainwashed her. And you can separate the two consciousnesses because they have different memories or whatever, but like Lily only exists as an extension of Miss Gracie's mind. I guess I don't know how else to say it. So, if you want to feel bad for Lily in that sense, I suppose that's okay, but no one no Lily was harmed. You know what I'm saying? Like no I feel like it's like very very psychological, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, that's what happened to Miss Gracie.
Miss Gracie.
Open the door! We won't hurt you! All of them, I think. I don't know how many. They took apart Robertson. They literally took him apart, Todd.
Just sit. Security forces will get you. God damn it. Mass casualties in the game station.
Don't tell me to sit, Todd. These little monsters are trying to kick down my door.
Open the door, Miss Gracie. We just want to play.
Yeah! The friends are all here! Let's spread some joy all over that room! You hear them?
Be the joy the world needs.
Another breach on 4. 40 meters. Closing.
Todd?
Oh, they're in the damn room. How are there so many of them?
Todd? Todd! Get back! Get back! Mama, I was just trying to make you all happy. I wasn't. Please, don't hurt me!
We're not gonna hurt you, Miss Gracie. We have something very special planned.
No problem. It's cool. Okay, I'm pausing this because okay, you're not. Okay, good. As long as you're not listening.
Plans for you.
I'm not going to like sit here and like argue with like the ramifications of something that isn't real. If you want to feel bad for Lily, I'm not going to. I don't care. She is a character in a game. It's just fine. I'm not the one who did it. The toys did it because she tortured them, I don't know. Forgiveness is in the eye of the beholder. If the toys decided to forgive her, then that would be a different story, right? Like, I mean, how long does a murderer have to stay in prison? I mean, what like if the murderer gets amnesia, then like do we let them out? It seems kind of silly. Like I like you're making an excellent philosophical argument for like identity and things like that, and I think there's a place for that conversation. It's just just like here the through line of what happened is Miss Gracie was an awful person and did awful things to what I presume she understood were children. And she has karmic justice through the story by being subjected to the same torture that they were subjected to. I think that the prototype has very clearly stated himself as somebody who's taking things too far. I think we all know that the prototype is taking things too far. So it sucks. But yeah. Whoever said something about the bigger body Baba Chops, we see bigger body Baba Chops in chapter 4. We have a little chase sequence. He throws up like poison on us or something, like acid.
Did you say something?
I know we listened to this one already,
Oliver?
but maybe not everybody was
If you
here.
want to talk, I'm here. I don't pretend to know how you're feeling, but...
This was always about her.
What do you mean? No, Ollie.
It was never about me. Never about my better place. It was for
my boy.
You don't get to call me that. Ollie's gone, and I'm a test run. The prototype. When you get her back, you'll pick up a hammer just like him. Just like...
Nothing can make...
Like, just like David? What does he say there?
You'll pick up a hammer just like him. Just like...
But you see, you'll pick up a hammer just like him. So that's what makes me think maybe he had like an abusive father prior to this or something like that.
Nothing.
Just like they did. Yeah, it's very possible that's just they did. But like whoever they is somebody. You know?
Make things go back to how they used to be, but we could be a family if you want. And for what it's worth, I think you and her would get along really well. And as for your name, well, I can call you whatever you like.
And can I meet her?
Soon. I hope. Very soon.
Another really important thing to note here is that Ollie says here, it was never about my better place. I believe maybe that was some language that was used in the orphanage, like when you get adopted or wherever you go next is your better place. And Ollie was clearly given some kind of false promise of being able to go to a better place when really, like, the idea was that he would, you know, pave the way for Poppy to being able to be reborn inside of it all. What is, in my opinion, important about that is that Ollie, the prototype, in chapter 5, when he's asked about where are the orphans, and Lily's like, uh-oh, she doesn't know. Poppy is like, where are the orphans? And he says, I did what I could, or I did what I had to do. But he says they're in a better place, or they're in their better place. Yeah. So better place seems to be something. I don't know if it's that they believe in some concept of an afterlife. It's possible, but better place is something. I don't know, maybe better place is the process of using the formula that kills you, you know, the antithesis to the poppy gel. Better place is becoming a toy. But if that's the case, then like why does Lily think that there's a better place she can go if she's already a toy? Ooh, Amph, that would be really good. That would be really good. Gal with a plan. They want on one hand, the toys can go to the surface physically. The prototype does not let them. That is something that is explored heavily in chapter 4. The concept of, do we leave or do we not? Dowie, I believe, and his group were like, we're going to get to the surface. Like, they want to go back to the surface. Giblet is very convinced that he will eventually find himself on the surface. And there is this sort of the faction, I think, that is going on with Dowie and Poppy in chapter 4 is this idea of, can I trust her or should I not trust her? And Poppy kind of trying to explain to Dowie why they can't just go to the surface. One, because the prototype is attempting to kill anyone who does. There's a group of 23. We'll hear a little bit more about them later, or maybe you guys already heard it while I was gone. I don't remember. But yeah, the prototype is like, no, you must stay down here. Like, they'll never accept you up there kind of energy. And Poppy seems to be sympathetic to that mindset. That they need, they want to have something better, but like, but from her perspective, and I believe maybe Dowie's, I can't exactly remember, but the idea is like, the food will run out. We will soon no longer be able to feed the people down here. So it's just a lot. Yeah, toy politics. I think, yeah, you got it. Nice, Carnish, yeah. Yeah. Well, I think we'll hear a little bit about this in the interrogation.
possess knowledge of this.
I don't. Remember, the cost for a lie is...
After the hour. Just after. It was Gentle John and some of the others. They were afraid of you.
I have this like sense that it is Bobby Bear Hug, but I don't know that for any stretch of the imagination. But I don't know that we know. Well, no, because it says it. It says it when you're listening to it. When you're listening to it for real. I think it tells you that it's Bobby, but I don't know. We'll check.
Wanted to go.
Where are they hiding?
Play care.
Game station. Factories.
I look after you.
All of you.
You can tell me.
They're gone! I'm sorry!
They're gone.
Went to the outside. They left.
Who else knows?
It was just rumors.
Who knows? I require
Roxy! Titi! Tomogo Turtle.
And you.
What?
You know, and no one can know.
I am sorry.
Ugh. Woof. All right, that's that. Yes, Amph, you were talking about the little makeshift newspaper where they were confirming the identity of the 23 bodies having been found, killed. That is a good point. Somebody else said, so some toys have already escaped to the outside world. It depends on whether you believe the story. In here, we're hearing they're gone. They went to the outside. They're gone. The subtitles said Roxy. We don't know. Those names are not names that we would have heard before. Let me go into cat play. I think that's actually let's actually go to the Fox Play video because it'll have the captions on there. Aw, Poppy Playtime Chapter 5 tapes. Fox Play. Oops, it's going to be on 1.5 speed. Okay. Let's find sister, security log, the case, focus test, field test, isolation, just end. Where is the interrogation? Where is the interrogation? Sleeves. Isolation. Fox Play doesn't have it? Oh my god. Why, Fox Play? Why? Okay. The video just cuts off. What a goob. What a big goober. Okay, because the other one that I have doesn't play it all the way either. Where do you find that tape? Where do you find that tape? Wait, there was one that has all the tapes in here. One of the last ones. Yeah, okay. Game Archivist. Heard that tape in Super Horror Bros playthrough. Do you remember about when... Oh, here's the VHS. Let's watch this while we're here. Right after the Lily chase. Thank you, Jax. I'll look for it. Ah! Okay, hold on. It's actually, all the pauses in here are actually so freaking cool. We're just gonna do this, and then we'll get to the O tape. We'll go back.
They're not wrong. They're wrong side out.
They're not wrong. They're wrong side out. Okay. If you go through here, oh, you just get little glimpses of the prototype. It's so good. Hi, Lucas. So you can see his hand. So spooky ooky. That just freaks me out. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but it's scary. I don't know what it is about it. It just gets to me. When it gets to that boy. Oh, look, you get a flash of him. How cool is that? You get to see him at the beginning of the game. Fair enough, Jax. Oh, there's something so freaking spook about that. Oh, that one in particular gets me. It's like, it's even telling you it's a kid. I'm sorry. It's just cool. Because when you're playing the game, you don't get to pause it, you know? So it's not something... Yeah, then it cuts to very obvious, like, experimenting. Which is why I think it's just trying to show a juxtaposition between the wrong side animals and what the prototype was doing. Where he was, like, doing experiments on these plushies, trying to, like, mess with them, you know? See what he could do. What could he do? Could he, like, you know, reverse engineer something? I don't know. Exactly, Jax. Exactly. See how it's kind of like giving you them juxtaposed next to each other? Just kind of showing that they were being tortured. Yeah, Zeta, for real. Look! Is that not the scariest, nastiest crap? Is that not utterly disgusting? This trailer is just so funky. I don't know. It just I don't know. It's so really weird. I almost wonder if this exact if this exact promo is like what they were shown. Those parents, and that they were like, kind of seems satanic. Because this version does kind of seem satanic. It's got some subliminal messaging in there. And then this is the growth stuff. We see that later in a tape. The poppy gel.
Unstuff that grid and find that wrong side just within.
So freaky, dude. Okay, no more creepy faces.
They're the wrong side animals.
I want to marry Doodlebug!
Like Mary?
Or adventure with Bindle Boogie. You can even make your own.
Like, isn't that crazy? She starts stabbing him. Oh yeah, she's got freaky eyes in that, like, one frame. Now you are wrong side out. Isn't that so messed up? What in the world?
Wrong side animals available now from your pals at Playtime.
It's just not right. Kind of seems satanic. Freaky. There's the poppy gel, I guess. What was I watching? Was it like John who was calling? He's like, it's like, don't hug me, I'm scared. Anyway. Okay, after the Lily chase. That's pretty late in the game. Like after she dies in the the cloud.
Destroy the only heaven you or I will ever get. I had hoped your time in the case would help you see reason. A child, because a child is what they made you.
Ugh.
You're hurting me!
Don't be afraid. I can fix you.
Poppy?
I can make you better. And you.
Spooky, spooky, spooky. Okay, there's the cloud.
Hey, Barney! And this is how you repay me!
I think it's genuinely shocking that people can't understand why Ollie's doing what he's doing. I mean, the prototype, you know? Like, I think, I don't know. I think maybe we just underestimate how deeply a spirit can be broken. Awkward. Hurt people, hurt people. Okay, it's gotta be after all this, right? Like, am I saying is it after all this? Is it around this area? Is the Jester part the OG 1006, or is it something covering the OG 1006? I would venture to say he used to be a Jack-in-the-Box. Because that would have also made him a lot easier to keep still, if you will. In the gel lab. Okay.
Did you say something? Oliver?
Oh, well, here's this.
If you want to talk.
See how the game archivist stood still? Sorry. It'll have captions on the screen. We won't miss it going 5 seconds forward. Okay, here it is. Yeah, it just says toy. Anyway, so for the purposes of jumping off of this, there is a fake newspaper, like a drawn-on newspaper, like kind of thing, like a. It has a name. It has a name. Oh, that's chapter 4. Whoops. The Better Press. Here it is. The Better Press. Like the Better Place. So you are left to decide, is this propaganda or is this the truth? Propaganda paper. Yeah. Missing toys mystery solved. For years, we toys speculated about what happened to Gentle John, some daring to spread the lie that he and his Joyless fled our factory during the hour of joy. These rumors were put to rest Tuesday when the burnt-up bodies of 23 toys were found in the innovation wing and confirmed to be the presumed defector. John refused to fight for us during the hour of joy. Spare no tears for him and the Joyless. There is no hope for us above, said our liberator, the prototype. Kinda seems like propaganda. A vigil will be held in the town square this upcoming Joy Day. All are encouraged to attend, and encouraged is capitalized, kind of like, you better go. The first attendees will be given a special morning sticker. Continued on page 2. So yeah. So is the toy factory just North Korea? Well, it really just depends on your views on North Korea. Yay, morning stickers. So yeah, it does appear to be that there is a set of toys that have somehow escaped. Maybe that is how our player character knows about any of this at all. Maybe it is, um, indicative of what might happen in chapter 6. We may be saved. Maybe the end of chapter 6 is Gentle John being able to find his way back into the factory to save people. Hello, waffle robot ninja. No way it took them 8 years to find the bodies, but also why did Prototype wait years to put it into the rumor? Um, hmm. I mean, maybe he found some use case for keeping the hope alive, or maybe it was a matter of needing the time to collect 23 bodies that would presumably seem comparable to the 23 that they knew were missing. Um, you know, maybe it was a matter of he thought that eventually it would die. Maybe he thought eventually the rumor would die, and it took that long for him to realize that the only way he was going to be able to get it to die is if he did that. I don't know. Maybe, Amph, yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe they died shortly after they left. I don't know. Like, what would they have eaten? Like, where would they have gone? Like, it just depends. Yeah, we don't know what Gentle John is. Ollie led a coup against his father's company. Yeah, kinda. It didn't seem like Dog Day died. Oh, you want Dog Day to come back. I missed the first one. Yeah. A fake out in chapter 6 where the Prototype acts like we turned him good or something and then switches up. I doubt it, but not a crazy thought. I mean, I think that's okay. Anyway, believe it or not, we haven't seen everything yet. Obviously, I'm not going to sit here and read every single note to you unless it's like relevant to what we're talking about, but if we go back to cat play, there are VHS tapes that we can find throughout the factory as well. So we'll take a look at those. But before I do that, we've gotten pretty much everything there is to get on Rich in this chapter. I don't think we have anything else. And we definitely don't have anything else on Giblet. So I'm going to ask you guys which one you think is more correct, okay? Who do you think Rich Lovitz is? If I spelled it wrong, get over it. Okay. Protagonist. Giblet. And neither. All right. Star poll. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Isn't there a note of the Prototype making a series of experiments with Harley Sawyer's help? I don't know. From this chapter? I haven't read every note from this chapter. Okay. Well, what we do know, prior chapter, okay, because that makes more sense to me. Well, what we do know is that, yeah, because they end up working together. What we do know is that the Prototype, from Mommy Longleg's perspectives, makes everyone a part of him. Like, if he kills you, you become a part of him. So it's possible that everything that he kills is somewhat in some strange, like, state of in between. I would have to agree with you, Jax. That's kind of how I feel, but the timeline seems weird, but it just is what it is. I'm just interested in hearing what people think. Okay, here are these VHS tapes. Some of them might be like tutorials. I don't know. I don't remember them from the playthroughs that I watched. So. Experiment 1170 Executive Showcase. Tissue, cells. Look at that mouth. Oh wait, hold on. There was a caption. Top suspension. Suspension at one week. Suspension at 2 weeks. Okay, it's like his teeth are growing in. So this is another part of them doing some experimentation on him. Just doing some sorting. Starts fighting. Gets a little feisty. Extreme aggression under stress. But when he's exposed to kissing. Uh-oh, footage missing. Cry. Never mind. Alright. I do like that they still put some videotapes in here, because the cassettes were not my favorite. Even though I understood them. Three P's of diorama safety. Precaution. Every diorama is equipped with 18 distinct locks, 7 failsafe levers, a hand scanner and voice authorization, and at least 3 big red buttons. They aren't really helpful, but we're still gonna watch them. We're still gonna watch them. For convenience, these security measures can be bypassed with a keypad override code. Which this feels more like a tutorial. 2. Pretending. When working with subjects within a diorama, you need to fit in. Make sure you've memorized necessary lines and have the correct outfit on. I mean, this is kind of crazy, like in its own right. Like, this is nuts. Failure to do so may aggravate our specimens. If you don't do it right, they will murder you. No panicking. In the unlikely event of an emergency, don't panic. Do scream the panic code and wait for security and medical teams to arrive. Remember, stay safe and have fun. Right after this is all of Lily Lovebraid's little like buttons, so we'll just get through this. Yeah, they were giving them environments. How to maintain your human. Apply existing knowledge. Younger subjects have more plasticity. Disassemble the subject. Now there's actually a note that's very similar to this. Not all tissue will survive. Not all subjects will survive. Modify as desired. Experiment 28, Class 2, 1997, consisting of musculoskeletal, I don't know, reconstruction, central nervous system recouping, and some word? I don't know what that word is. I could not tell you. Of medium growth in channel, as outlined in Project Meta-Analysis 1994, White et al. Unpublished. Something about protein leading to stronger revitalization of B and T cells. This is nothing new. Something about of her kind since the hour. She will not be the last. So this was something that was made post Hour of Joy. Crazy. Bye, Zeta. Yeah, Prototype made this one, yeah. Still playing catch up with the something. This constitutes a very promising first step, requires more iteration. They are all better now. Yay. All right, this is Lily Lovebraids.
I'm Lily Lovebraids, the girl with flair and out of this world hair. Join me for a slumber party and we can braid each other's hair.
Friends, make it to the party on time.
Jax. That's hilarious, yeah.
Isn't hair so amazing? It grows right through your skin. Isn't hair so amazing? It grows right through your skin.
Crazy.
I always say, wear the hair that makes you feel like you, not like somebody else.
That would be crazy.
I always say, wear the hair that makes you feel like you, not like somebody else. What you do with your hair, why that's creativity and self-expression at work. What you do with your hair, why that's creativity and self-expression at work. Did you know your hair keeps growing even after you die? Additional outfits and accessories sold separately.
Jesus. I would have loved to have seen a commercial for her. Okay. Let me see if I have any new questions over on the post. Don't see any other ones. Okay. Right now, most people say that Rich is either the protagonist or neither. But there are still some Giblet holdouts. It would just depend on... It would just depend... Here's me. The reason that it seems hard for Rich to be Giblet is that I don't know. It's like someone said, that's a very tight timeline, but that doesn't really make it impossible. The conditioning, wouldn't have gone through as much conditioning as like maybe he would need to. I think he would still remember himself. Is I think really where I'm at. Is I think he would do more remembering of himself if that were the case. But he does have a similar attitude, so I will give you that. Neither is in last place. Yeah. I'm saying the majority of people either believe that he is a protagonist or neither Giblet are the protagonist. And then there is another group of people that are still holding out for Giblet. Like 50% plus 14%. You know what I'm saying? Like 64% of people either think he is the protagonist or not either of things. And then there are 37% of people that believe he's Giblet. Buy you try it. Coin flip for me. I mean, like, I have a hard time with it. Like, I think I don't necessarily, personally, I think it's hard for me to speak on it because I have like a personal bias against Rich being the protagonist. Based on like my just prior thoughts about everything. There's new information now, so that I have to take into consideration. And, you know, the way that Rye spelled everything out is very convincing. Like, as far as I'm concerned, it's very convincing. I'm not sure how Giblet would have gone through the appropriate conditioning by the time of everything in order to not associate himself with Rich. But he could also be ashamed. Like, there could be a part of him that's just really ashamed of everything. He is a very guilt-ridden character. Or not even guilt-ridden, but like, I mean, yes, sure, guilt-ridden, but like, he's, how do you say this? I mean, I'm just gonna say what he is, like what he does. I don't really know how I would like classify this behavior, but he keeps a record of everything that he owes everyone, right? He doesn't like the idea of something being able to be like held over him that he like hasn't paid back. He wants to pay people back for the things that they do. So like, for instance, and I'll look up that thing about debt ridden. Yeah. We'll look up the other note that we were talking about earlier too from chapter 4. Playtime never really fires anyone. They either end up a toy or in Boxy's stomach. And that's a very good point. That's a very good point, because they're even saying like if we take care of him, he's going to be a martyr. Like they have to make sure that he's not a martyr. Anyway, Giblet's checklist. Here it is. A Giblet's checklist. Yeah. What I owe, give it all back. Like that is so like, that's very strong, I would say. What I owe, give it all back. Chum. Chum keeps bringing him food. He doesn't like that he brings him food. Boggy gave him some stuff, but he's dead, so he can't give that stuff back. Meech gave him stuff, but he's dead. Or they're dead. I should say they're dead. I don't know. I don't even know that toys have gender necessarily. Dead. Stupid Slurp. I don't even know what that means. Diz, also dead. Very getting upset. Ziggy, Gabby, Tib Tib, and Roach. He all has something from them, even including a bottle of wound cream. Oh my god. And then Doughy for that thing he did that one time. I don't know what that is. For that thing he did that one time. Now, the Doughy thing, that's what people were talking about, where he if he's toy 2, then Doughy saved his life. Because there was a tape from chapter 4 that had an unnamed toy that has the same voice as Giblet, or at least a very similar one. I've sent chat for Doughy. I'm sorry to all the Doughy heads out there. And then let's look in chapter 4, see if we can't find what you guys said. You gave me some kind of idea of what it might be called, but that's been a minute since then. Experiment or something. Caution, red smoke, Riley, weekly checkup. I really need the deaths to be like legitimate, or it's gonna drive me crazy. Or was it a tape? Hi, Funny Catty. I don't know, Carnage. I'm sorry. The last comment I have from you is Rip Doughy. Nice, Garlic. That's funny. Young Geniuses program, untitled poem. I didn't even remember all these journal entries from Riley. It's crazy. I've been chosen. Dr. White chose me. It was a tape. Okay. For all tapes. Okay, Doughy the Dough Man, Flare Hand, Break Time, Warden's Office, The Doctor, Stella Graber, Project Audit, Theater Incident, Ollie, Construction Plans, Report Kevin, Security Feed, Experiment 1354, Time? Yes, this is them talking to each other. I'm sorry if I'm not trying to be annoying or whatever. We were talking earlier about how the prototype and the doctor were working together on experiments. Okay. Fine.
Your suggestions?
To produce the results I'm after. Have I made an error in allowing your survival? Of course not. We just need more time to perfect the time. Time is precisely what we do not have. Then I suggest you find some more. That will give me labs access. At least with the two of us.
That is out of the question.
You must report. Fine. But you have no staff, virtually no test subjects. It's hardly ideal conditions. Even when this place was fully operational, we were beating our heads against this. You can't expect to do it on your own so quickly. The situation necessitates it be done quickly. I'm just giving you the facts. And the fact is, we need more time, or this isn't going to work. I can only be reactive up here. Then of what use are you? You know I'm still your best shot at cracking that secret. If I weren't, you would have already killed me. A sound observation. Yes, you have made yourself useful. Provide me more options. I will try again. Of course.
But
If you are stalling, or worse, remember,
your usefulness
is the only reason you were not stripped for meat and spare parts.
Crazy. So yeah, the I will say that the revelation that the doctor is alive is going to be of much use if they are capable of getting him on their side. Now he's a compy, so I don't know if maybe he would have less access. That seems to be seems to be a tape that is taking place after the hour of joy. That's why he's saying he doesn't have time. I imagine is like we're running out of food and people, you know. So, all right. Well, honestly, I expected really there to be more like questions, I guess. But I mean, I guess the lore of Poppy Playtime is fairly straightforward. It looks like protagonist is the winner. All things aside, I think that's probably. I think that this kind of makes the most sense. Like this outcome to me is pretty what do you call like logical. It's most likely that Rich is the protagonist. It's less likely but not impossible necessarily that he is Giblet. And certainly possible that he's neither, though he seems important, right? The doctor copy would also likely have less data. Yeah, that's what I guess maybe I didn't finish my thought. But yeah, so I don't know how much he'll know about this. But this is taking since this is taking place after the hour of joy, it's very possible that he doesn't quite have. But he says like, well, this is an interesting predicament. Like he speaks as if he's got the full memory. I don't know. It really just depends on how it depends on how Mob Entertainment wants to do the rules of what the doctor copy is. You know what I mean? Whatever their rules are. This is crazy. Imagine he's just a blank slate and is a sarcastic assistant. I mean, hey, not impossible, I suppose. Um, me see here. Wrong side animal branding note. Leith has asked us to remove any wrong. Okay, no, I remember that one. Not the biggest deal. Work procedures, recycling and reclamation. I think this is that the like very specific. You have to do exactly this. It's almost like the prototype was working off of this list in order to kind of maybe reverse engineer what had gone down. To kind of figure out how to do the experiments. If he's in the system, then the copy could be up to date. Yeah. Yeah, it depends on if they can, like, maybe even, I don't know. I just don't, I mean, I don't know. I think it genuinely just depends on how, the Mob Entertainment wants to decide the rules work. You know, if it has all the, have I read the note from PW? I haven't yet. No. That one is like to whoever reads this or to whoever finds this. To whomever finds this. There it is. All right, this is the note from PW. I did get to the end here or read skim through it, but I haven't read the full note. To whomever finds this, my name is Dr. Preston Willard. I am a biologist and I've committed atrocities in the pursuit of unattainable science. 150 people whose names I've listed at the bottom of this document each played a part of this. One of humanity's gravest crimes. Whatever their motives, they are all complicit. I tried changing it all from the inside, tried reasoning, tried everything. I was desperate and scared and made a deal with the devil just to make it all stop. Leaked dates and details. I suggested that certain people meet and talk. I created the upheaval that allowed this to happen, that left everyone looking away for what they should have. All for him. I believed the prototype was a victim, a child forced to become something else, something more. I believed the deal I'd struck would let them go free, that it would end the work. I'd read his history, who he used to be. I let my assumptions about his actions guide me. The reality is, the prototype is a monster, a copycat who's seen the worst in us and wants nothing more than to give it all back. I pushed the button. I let him out. Thousands are dead. I thought I was doing a good thing, but nobody can do good things. Not in a place like this. Maybe something good can come from all of this if you tell the world. Tell them about me. Tell them about this place. Tell them that history should not remember us for what we tried to do, but for what we did. Jessica, Marcus, I'm sorry. And then it lists the guilty here. Now it says up here 150 people whose names I've listed at the bottom of this document, but we don't see all those names. We just see these 5. Dr. Preston Willard, Leith Pierre, Edward M. N. Ritterman, Dr. Harley Sawyer, and Dr. Bruno White. We've heard some from all of these people over the time. Release the playtime files. Is it when you're saying the Japanese, is it and that note at the start, are you talking about which note are you wanting to what are you wanting to geez Louise. Which note are you wanting to translate? Was there like it's the one Rich is supposed to know. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I remembered seeing Japanese on that one, but or kanji. Oh, I'm in the wrong chapter again. I keep doing this. To be manifest. Okay. I think it says Asia. Oh, wait. No. I think it says Project Broader Horizons. Yeah, A New Beginning. I think it says Asia. I'm so stupid. Yeah. See? A New Beginning. Project Broader Horizons. So it's kind of giving it like the associated projects. So Broader Horizons, A New Beginning. Garden World Play Park. So it does look like they were planning on like restarting somewhere else. Oh, look, it's right here. Pfft, I'm stupid. I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid, okay? I'm just overlooking the obvious. Okay. But you have to admit this is pretty neat that we kind of learned that Ritterman leaves the day before the Hour of Joy. So really there are more survivors, you know? Like you kind of just get this idea that everybody died, but very possible. Yes, you are right, Game Slayer, there is. So they really are setting themselves up for a sequel, which is why I would like us to be like, we're done with this one. From how Eddie was talking, it sounded like Tokyo was already catching up to them and the park was in the process of construction. Yeah, well, yeah. It was somewhat existed. Just kind of looking through other things here. Do we know what experiment this note is about? This is something that I thought was very interesting, where it says experiment observations. There's this one subject that seems to struggle with, could Stella have survived? I don't know. And like we're kind of at the point now where it's like, okay, it seems like maybe some people were like on a trip or something. Though maybe it's also possible that Ritterman was supposed to leave and then somehow Preston did something that made him not go. You know what I mean? Like there's also that possibility, but just depends. Anyway, it says, at onset, I'm skeptical of the subject's aptitude for conditioning. He appears to ramble to himself and seems to struggle with focusing. His eyes dart around as if looking for something. Can't say what at this point. Those assigned to ask questions assured us that he was ready. However, given our recent track record, I'm skeptical. Nice, Game Slayer. Interesting. But yeah. Jeez Louise. I will, I don't know. I just don't know exactly. Maybe this was Giblet. It could have been Giblet. I don't know. But the subject has begun shouting a name, but he struggles to enunciate properly. Lucy, likely a meshing of bone and muscle and plush with a medium culprit. We'll do another monitor. We'll continue to monitor and note. Crazy. Yeah, and I mean, you would imagine that they would be aware, but then what happens there? You know what I mean? Like, they don't have a prototype there, you know, for all intents and purposes. They should be a lot easier to not, to not revolt. But yeah, like, my initial thought process, right, was that this was a Chum Chompkins note. Especially because on an hour and 24 minutes of observation, it's struggling to enunciate properly, which would make sense for Chum Chompkins, right? Like Chum Chompkins would struggle to pronounce words because his mouth is such a different beast now, and in the game we know he doesn't really speak. And then it's like, oh, and later on it's like, oh, it's just not muttering as much anymore. It's being a lot quieter. Singing and tapping his foot against restraints. Subject is now repeating, joy, I live it, I feel it, I am it. This is the part where I'm like, wait, that doesn't sound like Chum Chompkins at all. But it doesn't really sound like Giblet either, but it could be Giblet prior to the Hour of Joy, right, of course. Then, if Giblet prior to the Hour of Joy sounds very chipper and happy, and he's a protector of the children. So, in a way, this kind of sounds like Giblet-y to me. And if I only have those two options, then that's who I'm going to pick. And I wonder then if he's trying to say his own name here, and it's telling us that Giblet is not, in fact, Rich, but somebody whose name sounds more something like Louis Lucy, something like that. But it says the subject has begun shouting a name, but he struggles to enunciate properly Louis Lucy. And if it did sound like his name, then maybe they would think that he was trying to say his own name. But also, maybe at this point, the scientists have no idea who the children that used to be, But anyway, this sounds to me like someone trying to remember their name very similarly to how Catnap kept trying to remember Theodore. Theodore. My name is Theodore. And then by the end of it, he struggles, right? So, but this is what it takes to get the results we want. So it could just be a random toy. We don't have to necessarily know. But I like thinking about what could all these different things mean. Let's just start going down the thing. Inventory September 95 is very interesting because this is post Hour of Joy, if you will. Stuff in storage. Lots. Pretty red flower seeds. Tastes really good. Lots. Pipes. Lots. Stinky growing stuff. Kinda lots. Big water tank thing. Lots. Metal parts for new flower pickers. Kinda lots. Fork car. Something big is here. Everything needed to make more medium. A lot more. My ideas. Give bunches of seeds to me. Give some seeds to me. Get rid of stinky growing stuff. Give the tasty seeds to me. So this one's weird. A chance discovery changes everything. So it's just weird, right? Like, what the hell is this stuff about, Same stuff from the shipping note, meaning that the shipment never got out. Right. Well, they said they weren't going to ship it out until September. They said hang on to it. In the shipment note, they say hang on to this stuff until September. If Harley has access to the security footage all over, wouldn't he recognize Rich after he suddenly became an executive? I'm still under the assumption that Warden, who has an Omni hand, is the fifth. Game Slayer, that's the thing that strikes me odd about the idea of Rich being the protagonist, because I would have imagined that Harley Sawyer would have met him, especially. But could Harley Sawyer would have already been a computer by now. And so he may, I mean, yes, he has access to the security camera footage, but it doesn't mean he knows who he's looking at. You know what I'm saying? Especially if his mind is elsewhere. He's got a lot of information going on up there. He just doesn't recognize him when he first sees him. Who knows? I don't know. I still think I think it's possible that Rich is the protagonist. I just don't think he's, like, I'm biased against him because it just seems so I don't know. Like, when people are saying, like, it's like so obvious that I'm just like, why would they make it that obvious? But maybe it is that obvious. I don't know. I wonder if they'll ever tell us. Like, they may very well just not tell us, and that will be the, like, lasting thought of all of this, is who were we this whole time? I don't know. There's a part of me that wants to believe there's some, like, resistance people who managed to not make it to the Hour of Joy, like, for good reason. Like, he's one of the 7 characters introduced in chapter 1 to carry over every chapter. I would have to agree with you. I'd have to agree with you. Who's the guy that gave Stu? Stu is the one who gave Rich the promotion, the first promotion. So, yeah. Anyway, moving on. I just think this is funny. I don't know who this could be about. It could just be any old guy. Wrong side animal branding note. We saw work procedures. We saw animal note. Another one. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Gracious me. Okay. Animal note. New tab. Have to kill him. Stick something sharp between his ribs. Burn out his eyes. Take his things. Jesus Christ. So they're little freaks. the Automals are nuts. Pretty things, all my pretty things. Thank you. Stu's voice actor? What do you mean? Did Stu talk in this chapter? I don't remember him speaking at all in this chapter. He retired from last time. Boggy stole my things again. Pretty things in his ugly paws, sitting in his rotting little rat hole. My pretty things. Have to kill him. Stick something sharp between his ribs. Burn out his eyes. Take his things. Kill or die. Kill or die. Kill or die. I ate good today. Gave some to my friends, too. Poor stupid Boggy. At least he had nice taste. Gnawing on the bones now. Thinking about how it's all mine if I want it to be. Everything. Boggy's things, Nat's things, Roach and Yiggy's too. But the more things, the more eyes you draw. The more eyes, the more they skitter for your stuff. Friends 1 second, enemies the next. Oh, I have no idea, Jax. I did not pay enough attention. I'm not scared. I'm never scared. Not of them. Let them watch. Let them take. Let them talk and laugh and joke. No matter how wrong they are beneath their rotting skin, their wasted muscles and jagged teeth, the marrow all tastes the same. Gross. Someone stole this Audimal's stuff. Giblets checklist we saw, better press we saw, reminder. His name is Limon. He has a family. Friendly reminder that the genetically modified vegetation present in this workplace space is not to be removed without authorization. We know one of you has been taking citrus from this lab and leaving them around the factory as some kind of joke. Let it be known there will be repercussions if the behavior continues. Management. That's so funny. His name is Limon. He has a family. He has a family. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Remember how I said I wasn't going to go through all of them? I'm just going to do it anyway. Medium growth and plant life. Did I read this one? All right. An alarm raised and a solution needed. Testing the interaction between the growth medium and various biological materials. So they're just testing it. Observed that plant life exposure exhibits traits both intriguingly similar to and disturbingly different from that of flesh. Both facets raise significant concern. So, potentially, they're kind of showing us what was used for the flesh for these Automals. Oh, Carnage, fair enough. Materials, pure growth medium concentrate, and then various flora, fruits, and vegetables. Plant roots appear to take on the quality of weeds over several weeks, tangling as though to choke, nay, and what? Neighboring growth. I don't know what the heck happened here. Neighboring growth. Okay, so they're all being very greedy. So it seems this is interesting. So if all of the plant life and stuff like that is being kind of greedy, right? Closer inspection revealed a coalescing structure, a shared system rather than competition. Okay, so it's like a hive mind kind of thing. Yeah, they did that with a couple of the things. I don't know. I don't know what the Fortnite notes are weird. I don't know if they were just trying to be like, here's some useless lore that you could have if you'd like it, but it doesn't really mean anything. I really expected the Nightmare Critters to like have some more lore drops here, but this is something that this is my complaint that I have like every single time a new Poppy Playtime chapter comes out, is that they introduce a bunch of characters and then they drop them for the next chapter. We just don't care about them anymore. And it's like they tried to like pawn off like Bunzo and at least Daisy as like, oh, these are failed ones. We didn't really actually. And it's like, God, that doesn't make any, it's just, that's not my favorite thing. I feel like when the prototype cracked Poppy's face, he looked back at his hand like he didn't mean to cause her that much harm or didn't realize he was that powerful at that moment. Yes, I do see that, yes. Maybe he didn't mean to kill Elliot. You know, if the prototype is responsible for killing Elliot, which all roads lead to very likely he did do that. Maybe he didn't mean to. Maybe he didn't mean to. Another thought that I've had, and I was going to talk about this before, but it is what it is. Another thought that I've had is that when Ollie does kill Elliot in some capacity, it's not impossible that he did something to potentially preserve Elliot's consciousness in some way. I don't know. It's a very odd thing. I really don't. I can't. I think, and there's also a possibility that because Poppy got perfected in that moment, there was a moment where, like, obviously Poppy came to life and was perfected. Maybe she and Elliot reunited, and in that moment, Ollie had like a fit of rage and killed him because he was like, or not even rage, but fear. And ultimately was like, now that Poppy's done, and yeah, Garlic, I think that's what you're supposed to understand. Now that Poppy's finished, he knows he's about to die, or believes he's about to die, even though maybe Elliot had no intention of killing him. And that's what happened in that moment, was that Ollie killed Elliot because he was afraid of dying, and then ultimately realized that no, he can't, he can't die. And now he's going to be like alone forever. I don't know. He and Poppy were in hiding for a few weeks, so I don't think preservation was on the table. I don't know why that would mean that, like, preservation of his brain wouldn't be possible, but okay. Do you think it was Poppy or us who was dropped into the goop? I think it was Poppy. Like, when Raito said that, it made a lot of sense. The way that we're being held by the prototype looks just like the way we see him about to grab Poppy when we fall. Like, that, like, the way they laid it out made it, like, me a lot more, like, convinced. And we also hear some, when that happens, we hear something. Like, I thought this was us. But the way they fall is, pretty, like, seems like kind of like a maybe smaller thing. But we've never been in Poppy's POV, It seems odd. But, like, here. Are the lines gonna play? Am I confusing this with something? Maybe it's after our eyes go dark. There it is. Yeah. Should you come back? Years later. Your conscience finally getting the better of you.
May you descend into the dark and the dust.
May you descend into the dark and the dust.
Welcome home.
Welcome home. That is something we hear in chapter 3. I don't think Poppy's around. And should you come back years later is very us coded. She's repeating what the red smoke nightmare said. But is that Poppy saying that? Should you come back years later? Yeah, it's in the player's nightmare. See, so that kind of, I don't know. Man, I was so sure that it was us, and I didn't even think that it could possibly be anybody else.
May you descend into the dark and the dust. Welcome home.
And That's what we see when we die.
I thought you were gone.
The message is always for us, yeah. So I don't know. That kind of puts me, I mean, I love the idea of it being Poppy based, like, cinematically in that moment. It's like, oh, he's got her. He's doing to her what he wants to do, you know? This is so complicated. This didn't have to be complicated. Because the Poppy got dropped, does Prototype pull her out again and take her? Because the gel tank Proto drops in is right next to where we wake up. Oh, okay, I didn't even know that. And should you come back years later? Yeah, he took her. Yeah, I don't know. I may be being convinced back towards it being us that was dropped in the Poppy jail. That's what I would consider, because like when someone's like, "Oh, how did he survive?" Like the Poppy jail would have been the reason he survived, because the Prototype does not want us dead. The Prototype wants us alive because we're supposed to be a body. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. Maybe Ritos is sipping on some copium or something. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. No, that's fair. I think you got it. I think that makes sense. I'm with y'all. Okay. I'm coming around. I'm coming around. Do we believe the Prototype is faking not wanting us around? I think he's purposefully leading us down, down, down. I think he has a plan for us. You know what I mean? Like I think he has a plan for us. I don't know if it's that he wants to be us. I don't know if he wants to ultimately, like, we're the final experiment where he's gonna like transport his consciousness into us or something to that effect. Poppy, I don't know. I genuinely couldn't tell you. Like, that's kind of beyond me. But I do believe he has a goal for us, or an aim for us. He wants us there. I think that he could have been the one that sent the message, quite frankly. I mean, Poppy was all up in her little thing, you know? I'm not gonna say, honestly, at this point, like, I keep getting proven wrong about stuff that I thought I did understand. You know what I mean? Like, I was so sold on Elliot being the protagonist, or the Prototype, and he did that to himself. Because, like, I was like, okay, fine, like, it would make so anyway. When chapter 3 happened, and Elliot had a kid's body in his home, I was like, he did that. He did that. They're trying to protect his image, but he did that. He cut up that body. He did something to it. I don't know what, but he did something. So I thought he did that, but I did not recognize. Still didn't put it all together that it was Ollie. I think people were putting together that it was Ollie back then, though. Doesn't the Prototype say that Poppy was the reason why we came back? I don't get it. What do you mean? Him being a fool is also definitely interesting. Actually, Sawyer is aware of the letter's specifics, presumably thanks to the Prototype telling him. What? Sawyer is aware of the letter's specifics, presumably, thanks to the Prototype telling him. The letter, what? The letter's specifics? The letter, find the poppy flower. Yeah. I think it would be, because they're like, find more time, figure out how to have more time. I don't know. I think maybe bringing us back might be a way to get some more time. Maybe. So anyway, I'm gonna run to the restroom again. How did they mail the letter? They just got Gentle John to do it. Maybe they blackmailed Gentle John. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the collectibles. Oh wait, there's a Dr. Sawyer video. I forgot about that. It's not really anything though. It's just from when you wake him up. Still cool. Gentle John picked up a ship at the post office. That's right. Prototype hand delivers a letter to your address. Oh, man. I do want to, here, look, you guys watch all the collectibles locations, but when I get back, I want to look at all the little inside outimals, like, secrets, because they all have little secrets. I'll be right back.
Find your own.
Or wrong side outimals. Wrong side outimals, sorry.
Toy maker.
You know what, Funny Catty? Speaking of that, I don't feel like we got enough Globy information either. Is Globy sentient like that? Okay. Okay, although here's the showcase. Okay, so this is Bando Boogie. Bando Boogie. A rare plushie from the failed Wrong Side Outimals toy line. Alright. The inverted version of Bendy Boogie, like this. It's so much easier to get down steep hills on outdoor adventures. Yay! And here's this freak one. The Goober Guts is freak. I like Goober Guts though. The inverted version of Goober Guts. Yep, even this way. Still can't make decisions. Guess being wrong side out doesn't help with everything. Oh my god. Cats. Y'all gotta chill. They're going crazy back there. Okay. Yeah. So there's Goober Guts. Kind of a vibe. Golden Giblet. Everything's a tragedy until it's meant to be. Or until it's meant to be. Alright, here's Goober Guts right side out. Goober Guts is a bit indecisive. Mexican or Italian, fork or spoon. Go outside or stay in. It's a little hard for Goober Guts, but we love him anyway. Again, I don't know what the heck. Like, we didn't need these guys. Bindle Boogie. Right side in. Or, yeah, right side in. That makes sense. That chill, unemployed friend who always manages to do the funniest stuff. It's okay to judge them just a little for that. That's crazy. That is crazy. Golden Chum. Globy did seem a little sensitive. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Blanky Blanks. True. The inverted version of Blanky Blanks. Like this. Oops. Like this. they sort of, they just like, yeah, still nothing. Regular blanky blanks. Definitely kind of like a, yeah. I mean, they do suck. I think maybe the wrong side Automals are supposed to also be like a representation of how the company is like going downhill. Like they can't, they don't have, they've lost the magic because they're spending so much time on the bigger bodies and trying to figure out how to cheat death. A dizzy boo boo. Hello? The heck? The inverted version of Dizzy Boo Boo. At least this way, accidentally hurting themselves is really hard. Dizzy Boo Boo. Regular Dizzy Boo Boo. I knew it was a squirrel. Oh, it does hurt itself. Dizzy Boo Boo may be a bit of a klutzy, but a heart of platinum beats beneath all that absent-mindedness. A heart of platinum? Doodle Bones. Doodle Bones is an artist with a fondness for the strange and macabre. I like how they all have little, what do you call them? They all have little, ascots? Little bandanas? Oh no, not Miss Gracie's ID. Death was deemed too generous a fate for Miss Gracie, Playtime's lead wellness and integration counselor. She worked kinda crazy, huh? Doodle Bones. The inverted version of Doodle Bones. Artists sometimes think they just need, artists sometimes just need a private place to think and be inspired. Lucky for Doodle Bones, they walk around with theirs. Good for Doodle Bones, you know? Loopsy Noodle. It's like a pig kind of thing. Loopsy Noodle can't sit still even for a second and will happily sniff anything they find, no matter what it is. They're just weirdos, huh? Red smoke sample taken during early development. Each scientist kept a small sample of their first development batch as a memento. Dr. Anthony Carazelli's the head chemist behind its creation, dubbed the gas Eternum somnium. Over time, red smoke became the accepted terminology. Crazy. Good for Doodle Bones. His first canon line is about how we look lost and he doesn't want us to die. He then off camera helps us. Interesting. Limon? Limon. Limon. Limon? Lapsy Noodle, the other side, where she looks like a little brain with like wings. The inverted version of Loopsy Noodle, sorry. Ironically, the smell of Loopsy despises most is their own. Oh no, Loopsy doesn't like smelling the inside of herself or their selves, themselves. He sees you always, you can never escape. Crazy. Alright, that's all of them. That's what I thought, but. Toast, can you stop terrorizing Shabata, please? Every once in a while, Toast gets in a mood where she just really doesn't want to be bothered, which is totally fair, but Ciabatta is too dumb to understand that. And sometimes I wish Toast would just run off and go chill out somewhere instead of, like, being like, well, then I'm going to beat your butt. I guess I'm just going to have to sit here and beat your butt. It's like, I think it's all an excuse. I think that she actually wants to play. But she has to act like she doesn't really want to play. You know what I mean? Like, she always has to act like she wants nothing to do with you, but she definitely does. Pro tip, gotta be your favorite design of all the characters from the game. Totally not because I have a bias for jesters. Look, I love the way that the prototype looks. I was genuinely just kind of shocked that people were like so... Oh, look, it's all the notes as they're written. That's nice. I didn't even know these were in here. Still way easier to... This is the sheet music that I was talking about. This is the only stuff that's not... The sheet music is the only stuff that's not in the wiki. But it's not really a big deal, I don't think. Like, it's sheet music. I don't know what it would even go to. Maybe it's part of a puzzle or something that I didn't pay enough attention to realize that was even needed. Anyway, Dr. Arkins is a character that we find out about in this game. We don't know anything about Chloe Arkins. About her fate or anything like that. I don't believe we've heard anything else about her besides the fact that she worked at the company. And she thinks that she's going to be having much more of a work-life balance than she really is. But she, just like many others, gets very much sucked into the mission of being able to cheat death. And so they keep going. But ultimately, I'm glad that Preston was able to come to terms with the fact that, like, we were sending ourselves on an impossible mission. Like, this is ridiculous, you know? Like, at the end of the day, like, even if you stay alive, like, you stop being, you know, you don't like it, you know? Anyone that they ever put into any one of those toys was in pain, was scared and confused, you know? They didn't like it. So, people get jesters and clowns mixed up. They are different. Yeah, they are. They are different from each other. Okay, well, I mean, does anybody have any other, like, questions or things that, like, we want to, like, look at? Because, like, I think we kind of, what would be our last question? Who do you, do you believe that Poppy fell in the pit or we fell in the pit? I think I'm pretty firmly, like, I thought that would be, like, a question. But I'm pretty firmly in the camp of, like, that it's definitely us now. So, like, I'll for science sake, you know, for research's sake or whatever. Who do you believe the prototype drops in the gel? Like, I really think it's us, but protagonist. All right. But I think this is I think this is like really like all I can think of. You know? Like, ultimately it seems like most people enjoyed the chapter. A good chunk of you, I mean, like, roughly half of the people in chat earlier said it's the best one yet. And the other half basically said they liked it, but they didn't love it. You know, there, oh my gosh, guys. Stop it. Come over here. Don't be mean to each other. Very few people is what I'm saying. We're just saying it was a bit disappointing, but nobody said it was the worst chapter, which I think is obvious. Chapter 3 is still my favorite, personally. How did we survive the first stab through our stomach? Like, from when? From when? Sorry. Wow, most people are saying Poppy. That's crazy. Well, it's only 14 votes. Have most people fallen off? I feel like maybe most people have fallen off. No, there's still 42 of you in here. Well, don't be afraid to vote. I'm very curious to hear your answers. I mean, you can be wrong, you know? Who cares? When the prototype's happening. But what are you talking about? Like, when are you talking about at the end? Because, like, the thing I'm saying is that if I'm saying that the Poppy gel is what heals us at the end when we get stabbed and pass out. Like, am I thinking, am I asking, like, am I thinking of the right time that you were being stabbed? I love being wrong. Exactly. Like, who cares? 19 votes now. It's getting closer to half and half. Yeah, I like, man, like, y'all sat here and convinced me that maybe I'm just very suggestible. Maybe by the one at the end of the game. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the Poppy gel. That's been my answer. The Poppy gel is what healed us. But if you don't believe that the prototype is the one, or sorry, if you don't believe the prototype put us in the gel, if you believe the prototype put Poppy in the gel, then I guess really, like, in some way, shape, or form, what's his face would have had to have. I mean, Giblet would have had to have healed us somehow. But Yeah. I mean, I can still believe that the prototype went and put Poppy in some kind of poppy gel, right? Like he did something probably to heal her. He doesn't want her to die either. Um, you know. So I guess I just like I have less of an understand. Maybe it's both. Maybe it is both. I don't. I mean, it could be very possible he put us both in the gel and then took Poppy, and then Giblet came and found us. You know. But yeah, I would have to personally, like, where I'm at right now is I'm just gonna say that it's definitely, it's like, from my perspective, it's the protagonist. Like, it's especially because the thing that really, like, for me sold it as the protagonist, like, from before, like, when I was watching the game, when I was watching Daco's playthrough, um, I was like, oh, the phrase that we hear is something that we've heard before. We have heard before. I don't believe that Poppy heard it. And it's talking to us if you come back years later, you know? If the prototype knows anatomy, he could stab us in a way that doesn't kill us. He could need us and Giblet there to help. Why would he leave Giblet? Well, that's what Gabriel, or Gabrielle. That's kind of my vibe is that the prototype, Jesus, they both start like that, okay? The prototype does want us alive. He has something he wants us to do. I think he is taunting us. I think he is, like Sawyer said, you have to buy more time. You need more time. You've got to have more time. What gives the prototype time? Us being here. We're distracting everybody. We're taking out his opposition, right? His ops. We are distracting anybody who might be, fomenting a coup against him, right? We are killing the people who presumably aren't his friends. If you're closer to the surface, it seems you are not an ally of the prototype, right? Like either, maybe you have some kind of like deal, but yeah, he's placing obstacles against us, right? Right, exactly. And maybe there is something to be said about the fact that we need to overcome, like, in order to be what he needs us to be. I got no idea. Like, he needs us to be strong, you know. It's a possibility. But it could, it could just be one thing after the next, I believe the voice we hear in the Poppy gel is a memory of Ollie speaking to Poppy. I have a really hard time understanding how that, how those words resonate with Poppy. Should you come back years later? She can't leave. She's been in a box. Prototype put her in a box. She's only free because of us. They called them the disciples of the original, but they seem to be working out of fear besides catnap. Right. Like, I mean, Mommy Longlegs is terrified to die. She's like, what are you doing? Like, he's going to make me part of him. Like, oh dear God. Like, you weren't supposed to kill me, you know? But, I mean, it seems like the prototype is doing exactly what he wants to do. I could be wrong, but yeah. I don't know how in the world that could be Ollie talking to Poppy in that moment. It just doesn't really seem to gel with Ollie's, like, or with their relationship, or with, like, the events that have transpired. To me, personally. That's how I feel. All right, it's getting more split. We've got 24 votes, basically half the people who seem to be watching. I mean, I don't know how many people have this open in a tab somewhere but are not actually here, but this is pretty close. Oops. To everybody. I don't know. I haven't heard CG5's new song. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end this poll. If anybody else wants to vote, get your vote in. This is your last little minute. Last little moment. Very 50-50. Yeah, but it's leaning still towards Poppy, which I do think is like worthy statistics to be, you know, noted. That's a pretty good one. I thought that was very helpful. I really do appreciate everybody who is participating. Not shaming anybody who chooses not to participate. You don't have to have a strong opinion on this one way or the other, frankly. All right, so let's talk. Let's wrap in then. We'll wrap in. Well, let's wrap up then. Let's talk about what we think might happen in chapter 6. Okay? Based on everything, I want to believe that chapter 6 would be the last chapter, because if they continue Poppy Playtime, which I'm totally fine with them doing, I would love for it to be a sequel. I would love for us to explore that, like, maybe abandoned park. Maybe the abandoned park is where Gentle John and the 23 ended up, or other 22 ended up. We could also visit Tokyo. I think the designs could get cool AF if we go up to Tokyo. It could very easily be same protagonist who's now going and being like, okay, I've got to stop it all. I think the Tokyo thing could also very much be an abandoned factory. It makes a lot of sense to me that once the main factory goes down, that the rest would be abandoned. But I don't know what you do with all that stuff, and I don't know how aware of the ramifications of the I don't know, like, it just depends, like, all those scientists there would have just been just as motivated to keep the truth of the factory a secret, right? So yeah, Carnish. I think that's fair. Yeah, Poppy Play Park would get a chapter 1. Yeah, yeah. And I also think it would be fun if, like, if we could get another Project Playtime type thing coming up where it would be like a multiplayer game. I'm really sad that they abandoned that, quite frankly. It's like, it kind of feels like they maybe already always planned to abandon it, which is, like, just really sad. I don't know if maybe they thought, like, if we keep Project Playtime going, then people won't play the main game. I don't know, but, like, it just kind of fell off pretty quickly. What was I gonna say? Okay, so obviously Harley Sawyer is coming back. Do we think he's going to have his memories, or are we going to be kind of working with a blank slate here? I would venture to say it's not going to be totally caught up if it's a backup. It really just depends, but if I had to guess, if I had to pick one or the other, I would say it's more likely that he's going to be missing chunks of memory, but he will have information on how to defeat the prototype. He'll have more information on the prototype than anybody else would, right? So, do we think Kissy Missy and Huggy Wuggy are really dead? That's a good question, right? Are Kissy Missy and Huggy Wuggy really dead? I'll go ahead and place my argument. If they didn't kill him, then I don't even know why they did that. I don't even know why they did that if they're not going to kill him. Because they've already faked out Huggy Wuggy's death and Kissy Missy's death twice. This will be the 3rd time they faked out their deaths. I just don't get it. The only way it makes sense for them to be alive is if the prototype ultimately did the same thing that he did for the rest, where they're, like, incorporated into him somehow. Oh, Funny Catty, that's a good one. Yeah. Okay, I'm kind of with that. I'm kind of with the idea that Kissy's the sacrifice, and Huggy Wuggy is going to be, like, on a full rampage. Okay, I'm gonna hope that was a car backfiring and not a gunshot, because it sounded scary. He'll remember us. Yeah, maybe he'll be on our side. Maybe he'll see that we were, like Kissy Missy trusted us or something like that. One of them's gotta go. Not because I hate them. I love them. They're sweet and I love them. I mean, Huggy Wuggy's not necessarily like sweet, but he's Sam. He's just Sam. He's just a little baby. That was like, oh, we didn't even talk about that. The implications of all of that stuff is so sad. Anyway, did we talk about? We talked about Lily. I don't know if we talked enough about Lily. I don't know. There's so much to talk about. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. I think this. I honestly already think the story's dragging a little bit, but I think that's just me. Huggy was stabbed only with the tips of the prototype's fingers, while Kissy got like a full stab. True, and she was already like really not well. I would say no, Huggy could be done there, but it didn't feel impactful enough for how present Kissy has been. Fair enough, fair enough. Girl kept looping like that same song over and over again. So true, so true. That girl's like, she's nuts. Frankly, I hope that Lily is done just because I feel like that would be a piece for her. Like if we really do want to have sympathy for that character, then putting her out of her misery is like the best thing you could do for her. I'm glad Giblet's still with us. So let's think about this. Next chapter is kind of doing a replacement of Poppy with Giblet, a replacement of um Kissy with Chum. So we do have filler for that, or people to fill those roles, and it will be us working with the doctor in some capacity. So theoretically, the doctor will be kind of directing us where to go. Maybe we'll split up. Maybe Giblet will, be like, "Hey, Chum and I are gonna go over here. You go over here, and we'll meet you back up, and some things will go down." We could be using Chum as a hiding mechanic. We know we can get in and out of him. So maybe there will become like a hiding mechanic in the next game. Mutant prototype kaiju. Let's go. Sounds good to me. Hair keeps growing even after you die. Yeah, so I mean we could see some version of her. I like the idea of like if she's like just like dead in a way, but the hair is alive. You know what I'm saying? Every piece of her hair is a tendril. Like scientifically or biologically what's going on with her is like every single hair is an arm, an appendage. So, yeah, and it's horse bone. So, I think it would be really rad if it was like a just a totally broken person, and like I mean doesn't talk or just gargles or something. This would be totally crazy. But then like just the hair is like moving about. That would be nuts. Your last sentence was about the doctor. Oh, okay. So the doctor will remember us. Interesting. Well, he says this is a very interesting turn of events, which to me suggests that he's somewhat caught up on everything. I just don't know if he'll have all of his memory, Yeah, Carnish, yeah. I hope they introduce very few new toys next chapter, because at their point, it's feeling like filler. I'm with you, Jax. No more of this mess. I think they could do us a solid and utilize those nightmare critters a little bit more. Give us another bigger body. I don't care. But yeah, no. The fact of the matter is that they will be adding new toys. I don't want it. I don't think it's good for the story. I think we need to pare things down a bit. Use Raby Baby, right? Like make those Fortnite notes worth worth their weight, I don't understand why they exist. But yeah, I think it would be really fascinating to oh my god, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, zombie fungus, yeah. More Automals. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the next like teaser will be for like how like the VHSs have been for the new toys. Maybe instead of being for the new toys in this last chapter, maybe they'll be for the other locations. Maybe it'll be for the Poppy Park. Maybe we'll see a little ad for that or something. New toy named Mumbleboo. Yeah. I don't even know what they're going to do next chapter. We're at the peak of the labs. Also, I would know that they would put isn't into the prototype. Yeah, if we don't destroy the prototype, like, come on now. I need the next chapter to be the last chapter. I need it to be the last chapter. Because this was, I don't know, the idea of like a secret sixth chapter. I mean, not really a secret sixth chapter, but like, pushing us towards that. But like, I just think like, how long? When was first Poppy Playtime released? How long? $2021. So 5 years. We've been following the same game. Or four and some change. I'm like, come on now. You can't finish your game after 4 years and basically in development. It would just be nice if we could just start fresh with a new, like, because then you can justify all the new characters. FNAF. FNAF isn't like chapter 10 of the same building. Do you understand that? FNAF has moved us into, I mean, a lot of different locations at this point. There's the FNAF 1 location, the FNAF 2 location, the FNAF 3 location, the house in FNAF 4, sister location, a completely different area, FNAF World. You could say, I guess, 6 is like one of the old locations again, but it's definitely been retrofitted. Like, it's definitely different. It's our, like, franchisee location. Then, like, Help Wanted is a VR, mishmash of things, so whatever. But, like, Security Breach is an entirely new pizza place with all new characters. I don't know. I mean, like, they've been around for what? 11 years and some change now? But he didn't take past the first game to be somewhere else. I love the idea of them taking it to, like, Japan and us being, like, in a completely different factory with toys that are, like, so different in design, Like, it would give them so much of an opportunity. The park, I think, also works. I think, it could be about Gentle John, following Gentle John, finding him. It could be about, um... I don't know. Like, there could be something in the factory that maybe we just are supposed to be going out and destroying all of these, like, all of this research because we don't want anybody else to find it. I mean, like, we don't know. Like, if you think about, like, the Japanese factory, it's possible that, like, somebody, like, knew about the research and, like, I don't know. It's just like I feel like it's so fast, like it's so fascinating the concept of there being this like secondary location that has a lot of this research, and presumably people who knew about it who could have been maddened by the idea of having to give up the research and like hunkering down or something, like turning themselves into a toy. Like we could be getting that arc somewhere. Yeah, they do absolutely. They must smell absolutely rancid. Disgusting. Well, GeForce, I'm saying, oh, thank you for becoming a Spark. I missed that. I'm not wearing my headphones, so I didn't hear the little alert. My bad. But thank you. Um, GeForce, like, yeah, I'm talking about like whatever they do with the last chapter of Poppy Playtime doesn't even have to be like at the park or a different location. Like I'm saying, it could be a sequel game, a new game, like Poppy Playtime 2. Like, you know what I mean? It's like all of these chapters are technically supposed to be like one through game. Like, I think the first chapter is, like, only, like, 30 minutes or something. Like, it's very fast. Lily smells with her eyes. That's crazy. Ricochet, that's funny. Poppy Playtime 2. Where in the world is Gentle John? It's like just a Carmen Sandiego ripoff. That would honestly be crazy. You know what? I bet we'll learn more about Gentle John in chapter 6. I have to believe that these characters are going to, like, find their way back into our hearts somehow. Remember when there were all the little bitty Huggies? I just remembered all the tiny Huggies. Those were kids. What else? Do you think the Harley Sawyer backup was made before the Hour of Joy, therefore he doesn't know anything that has happened? We were talking about that earlier, Essie. I think we know for a fact that it was made before the Hour of Joy. We have a note about that. Let me find it. Let me find it. Give me a moment. I promise I'll find it. It's in here. Master backup. Here it is. So, it doesn't have a date on it, this note, but it does say data archive stores a wealth of information, procedures, methods, us, myself, our strengths, our flaws. Backup version is identical to the working version, unclear which is original, or if it matters. Too valuable to erase, need to keep as leverage, keep stored in data center just in case. And then where is the other one? Is it letter to Leith? Ooh, a prequel number 2. Okay. So Dr. White asks Leith Pierre, given the sensitive nature of this subject, so since they're both alive, I imagine it's before the Hour of Joy. Given the sensitive nature of this subject, I suggest we make use of the neural mapper. We can run the process in parallel with normal procedure, having one of the resulting versions put to work and the other stored somewhere for safekeeping. That is the master backup that we just heard about. Shove it in with the computer servers and call it a day. No need to be fancy about it, Dr. White. Do it, Leith Pierre. So yeah. So it's pretty, I feel like it's pretty well understood that it's made before the Hour of Joy. That doesn't mean that the data of, what came after all of that would be lost, because that just means that somebody has to be going in there updating the backup. You know what I mean? Like, that's all that needs to happen. As long as it's continuously running the backup. Like, it just depends on how it's set up, but the backup could be updated, you know? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, in theory, the doctor could update the backup, exactly. Well, when we inevitably meet the reanimated Elliot Ludwig, how much will he know, do you think? I don't know. I would love that. My whole thought process is I would love the idea of Ollie, the prototype, having kept some version of Elliot Ludwig, similar to Harley Sawyer, the way that is, for, just to torture, Like, I hear what people are saying, like, if he killed him, especially if he killed him unexpectedly in, like, some fit or something, and it wasn't really premeditated and it wasn't planned out, then yeah, it would be hard to preserve what was there, right? And they do find his body, so I'm not saying that, it's even possible at all. But there's a chance, you know what I'm saying? Are we all in agreement that Ollie is Elliot's son? Well, he's adopted. I don't believe that it's his biological son. I want to remember more about Elliot Ludwig, but let me look at the characters. I was so sure that he was like totally done after that. You know what I mean? The player, specialist, playtime, there you go, Elliot. Elliot Ludwig is an overarching character, whatever, blah, blah, backstory. At an unknown point in time, Elliot Ludwig met and later married a woman named Molly. He had one daughter, Poppy, intent on making children happy. Elliot founded an American toy-making company called Playtime Co. in 1930. He devoted every waking second of his life to designing and crafting toys, often working overtime consistently. This behavior strained Elliot's marriage, and this relationship climaxed upon Molly divorcing him in the very same year of Playtime Co.'s opening. I knew it. Yeah, he's not married. Not to say that you couldn't have an illegitimate child, but it is very unlikely that that would be the case. Although a major blow had been dealt to his personal life, his daughter Poppy dying, Elliot continued to fulfill his vision for his company. For 2 decades, Playtime had never really gotten off the ground. That was until 1950. So we can presume that Elliot is somewhere around 45-ish around this time when this happens. When Poppy Playtime, a doll designed to behave and interact with its owner in a realistic human manner, was released. This new toy was inspired off of his own daughter, Poppy, who was only around a year old at the time. What? This is this thing written out of order? Anyway. It was also this year that the company began offering factory tours for a mere $2.99 a person. By 1960, Ludwig's Poppy loved her father's company and wished to visit the facilities that he claimed they would want to build all around the world. A while later, the company released an orientation notebook for their employees in which Ludwig left a motivational message for everyone reading it. Who cares? What in the world? What? Okay, in the 1960s. There it is. Jeez Louise. Poppy is his biological daughter. Elliot Ludwig met and married a woman named Molly. They had a daughter named Poppy. I think that this backstory is written crazy town. The backstory is written crazy town. They did not write it in chronological order by any stretch of the imagination. So yeah. When Poppy Playtime opened, I thought it was too short. DJ, we didn't play it. We're doing like lore hunting stuff. Yeah, Essie, I kind of like that idea. I don't know if it's possible, but I like the idea. I don't know if it's possible, but I like the idea. Anyway. His daughter passed away when she was, what, 11, 12? Because Poppy would pass away in the 60s. This thing is written bogus. Like, this thing is written bogus. Yeah, Poppy was around a year old in 1950. So she was born in, like, 1949. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Did Mom Entertainment get confused? Yeah, Poppy was launched in 1950 when Poppy, the daughter, was 1 year old. What is happening in my brain? I think that I just shouldn't have even read that thing out loud because it's like written it totally out of order. It's like someone just stream of consciousness was writing everything that they knew. Yes, Harrison, that is the facts. That is the reality. But anyway, okay, so by 1960, Poppy would have been like around 11, and we know around this age she was writing in her diary because we have that from the freaking Fortnite notes, her diary body, her stuff. Do we know anything about the dead body found in Elliot's house? Because if that was Ollie, it would explain how he became that. Ricochet, did you not hear what we just said? It's totally Ollie. Okay, can we just... The backstory that is written here doesn't make sense. It says he made an American toy company in 1930. 1930. 30. I don't know if this is a typo or what. It's not. In 1930, he made a company. I'm going to show this to you. Called Playtime Co. In 1930. Check this. Doesn't make any sense. Open in 1930. This behavior strained Elliot's marriage, and this relationship climaxed upon Molly divorcing him the same year of Playtime Co.'s opening. 20 years before his daughter was born? Did he remarry? What the heck's going on here? What are we talking about? Did they redact this or retract this information? What the heck is this? So for 2 decades, was it Playtime Co. or Playtime Co. Entertainment? Get out of here, TJ. This doesn't make any freaking sense. So for 2 decades, was Poppy also adopted? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, that has to imply that Poppy was adopted. This is peeing me This is driving me nuts. It just... Do you understand how this is stupidly written? This is stupidly written. This is the worst... This is the dumbest written thing. I think that's what most people assume. But do you understand that this doesn't make any sense? Although a major blow had been dealt to his personal life, his daughter Poppy dying, Elliot continued to fulfill his vision for the company. For 2 decades, Playtime had never really gotten off the ground. That was until 1950, when Poppy Playtime was released, inspired off of his own daughter Poppy, who was around a year old at the time. Wikis be like, Ollie was then adopted and experimented on before he was born in 1930. Okay. I had just been under the impression that like he and his wife had a kid and then got divorced. I wonder why I don't know why I would think that. But okay, well, she divorced him. He went on to adopt a child, which is just weird. I just don't know. Like I think in my okay, look, suspension of disbelief, okay? I'm just struggling. Okay? I'm just struggling to believe that an adoption agency would look at a single man and go, who was like clearly like very, very busy and go, remember you can't fully trust a wiki? Well, somebody tell me where to go to find the actual information then. Long story short, this is written wrong. By 1960, Ludwig's Poppy loved her father's company and wished to visit the facilities he claimed they wanted to build all around the world. But this is true. We know that Poppy visited the facility. We know that she was like a happy-go-lucky kind of gal. And we also know that her father was very, very busy and it made her very lonely. It doesn't explain like when the daughter died. And that's what's stressing me out and confusing me. All the crap. And that's what's just got me all messed up. Maybe someone did edit it. Maybe someone edited it and messed it all up. Yeah, adoptive daughter, presumably, it says. Adoptive son, presumably. I mean, presumably, I think it's pretty clear. If Poppy was adopted, she would have been dead by this point, which doesn't line up with the whole experiment timeline. If Poppy was adopted, she'd be dead by this point? What? She doesn't have to be adopted from the orphan program. Some of us aren't orphans and we're still adopted. Frankly, I just didn't know that the timeline was this whacked out. But like I'm struggling. Let's go to the chapter 1. This is the rat note. Rejections or poops a lot. Assessment form. Is this Samuel? Assessment form. Transfer request. Form request. Employee instructions. Note 1. What are these guys? What are these guys? Oh, these are all Miss Delight. Okay. Yeah, Poppy being adopted inspired the adoption program makes a lot more sense. You know what's crazy is what is freaking these these losers, okay? Just go like, "Oh, I can't stay married to somebody because I have no time for a relationship. I'm gonna buy a child." I hope so, Ricochet. I'm starting to wonder if Elliot killed Poppy. Do we know how she died? We just know the death of his daughter. Like, that's all I know. How did Poppy die in Poppy Playtime? Oh my god. His mother. Oh my god. Everyone's just talking about Poppy the ding-danged. How did Elliot Ludwig's daughter die? I mean, who among us hasn't bought a child for convenience? It's what my parents did. It's what my parents did. Mysterious or terminal illness? I don't know. I think she may have been murdered by her crazy pop. Mysterious my butt. He did something. Uh-huh. I'm starting to think. I'm TheoryCrafting right now. I think somebody killed his daughter. Devastating lost my big toe. Devastating because it didn't work, whatever he was trying to do to her. I don't know, brother. I don't know. 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 I think maybe Elliot killed Poppy. Or in an accident at the factory. Doughy style. It's a documentary tape in chapter 1. Let's start looking. Why not? We got time. Oh, I have a new comment. Why was Harley Sawyer spared, but Miss Gracie was tortured to insanity, even though they were both equally guilty? Good question. You try it. I'm gonna assume that is because Harley is more useful than Gracie was. Okay, what were we looking up? I've got 400 tabs open. Give me a second. I need to get these tabs taken care of. Okay. Poppy Playtime. Chapter 1. What? Tapes? God, these are going to be a freaking throwback. The other workers did make Harley into a computer, but they're asking, I think they were just asked, oh my god, can I talk? I think they were asking, like, why wasn't he spared post Hour of Joy? Like, why didn't the prototype just kill him? He created Lily for the fun of it. Hilarious. Hey, Foxplay, we'll listen to you. Because you have to stand still during these tapes. Okay, trespassing we know about. Huggy Stella. Experiment 1006. Where would
Hi,
this be?
my name is Leif Pierre, and I'm the head of innovation here at the Playtime Toy Factory. If you're
Would this have
seeing
been a tape like this?
then you're trespassing. Yeah, we play this little tape on loop whenever we close the factory for the day. So, trespasser, just to make you aware, while we pride ourselves primarily on our high-quality toys and excellent child care,
So
we
I
also
think
pride
it generally is
ourselves
because
on
Harley's
security.
useful.
For
I
example,
don't think
this
it's any
facility
sentimental
is full of
thing.
hidden motion
I
bricks.
used to think it was sentimental when I thought that the prototype was Elliot. I was like, oh, like the prototype can't kill Harley because like he kind of feels like he created Harley. Because the prototype, I mean, Elliot did create Harley. You know what I mean? Hello, traitors. Sorry, I'll put it on screen. Do we know? I thought it was in like a. It doesn't look like it's in any of these tapes, but I think I'm misremembering.
The authorities. And
Do we not
that's one
learn?
of the more
Do we learn more of this
aspects
in
of our
chapter 2, maybe? Is
No
it chapter 2 that
spoilers.
we learn this stuff? I feel like maybe this is a chapter
You've
2
got my
tape.
warning. It's not too late to turn around. I just hope that you're certain whatever you're doing is worth it.
Ricochet, he definitely was a computer program. I mean, definitively before the Hour of Joy. He was a computer program for a hot minute before the Hour of Joy. I don't know how long, I can't remember, but I think we have dates. This is all tutorial, completely unnecessary. This is about Huggy. Do we think that maybe this is in chapter 2? I'm just like, I don't think any of these are.
Rich, where are they keeping?
Yeah, this is the Rich.
I don't know.
This is the Rich tape. This isn't.
Remember when maintenance last did a sweep of this place?
No.
Exactly.
Is it at the opening tape? Yeah, but do you see that the first one is a trespassing tape in here? I'm just asking, like, how do I find it? Please help with the tapes. I do not understand the words in them. You guys can't see it, but it's down there. What plays before the letter? What in heaven's name? But I'm saying that this one doesn't have that. It starts me here. Okay. Well, then why does this one say it's all the tapes if it's not all the tapes? That's what I'm saying. My point is more about, like, he's just anxious. He's just an anxious baby. Okay. Poppy Playtime Chapter 1 intro. Yeah. Okay. Is this it? Is this what we're talking about?
You are about to see the most incredible doll ever invented. Her name is Poppy, and she is the first truly intelligent doll in the world.
Foxplay let me down
A little
again.
girl can talk to her. Poppy gives her answers. She is the first doll actually able to have a conversation with a child.
This guy is a freaking menace. Oh, so I was right. Okay.
Hard
We'll
to
still-
believe? Just watch.
Poppy Playtime. It's okay, Ricochet. I'm not actually upset.
Girl, and she talks like one too.
Hi, my name is Poppy. I love you. Can you help me polish my shoes?
How many children had to die before Poppy? No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. Chapter 2 tapes. It's really fine. It's really fine. I got to see Elliot's face and know that he's a menace. Do we know who that guy is in the intro tape? Is it not Elliot? I thought it was Elliot. Oh, yeah, Carnage. That's such a good call out. Pinchin'. Yeah. Sorry, I'm being crazy right now. Yeah, this all makes a lot more sense. The brown tape. The bright green tape. The cyan tape. The blue tape. Back when we were just Amanda the Adventuring it up in here. Yes, DJ. It always comes back to Monsters, Inc. Fair enough, Harrison. I mean, who knows? You know what? Harrison, you're making a really good point right now because his face is blacked out usually when we see it, actually. So you may be onto something. It might not be him at all. It may just be some random spokesperson. He still sucks, though. I stand by my statement.
Playtime Co. is the product of
This
a great
is what we
man by the name
wanted.
of Elliot Ludwig.
Yeah, see?
Divorced, but a family man at heart. His sights were always set on bringing amazing toys to amazing children around the globe.
Oh, it did?
Ludwig spent countless hours in the factory, working overtime relentlessly in an attempt to continuously innovate and surprise.
I don't know. I don't know.
In the 1960s, an unfortunate family death had pushed Ludwig down to his lowest. But with so much ambition, he rose back up and continued to fulfill.
At least this documentary is in chronological gosh darn order.
Fulfill his vision for the Playtime Co. toy factory. Ludwig could never be content leaving a project unfinished. But just how did one man come to create such an astounding empire? How did he manage to stay determined even after suffering such a tragic loss? It all began in the fateful year of 19...
Yes, DJ, a death, but I do believe we understand that it is his daughter from something. I don't know.
Company actually heard all my complaints. Yep, they listened to them very carefully.
Oh, Rich. Sir poops a lot.
Well, it finally happened. After years of being ignored, the company actually heard all my complaints. Yep, they listened to them very carefully. I guess my words must have really inspired them to take action. Because the next
Throw
day,
me
I
down
got them
here.
loaded down
Wah, wah, wah. Okay, and then here's Jacksepticeye being Marcus Brickley. Hey, PW apologizes to Marcus. Okay, we know that's nothing. I mean, it's not nothing, but...
Jimmy, your work as Playtime Co.'s chief marketing officer has skyrocketed the company's profits. How do you do it?
You know, it's not what you'd expect. It's the little things most people don't even think about. Like, take names, for example. Express people haven't realized this. You take the E sound, slap it on the end of a name, boom, you're making bank. Huggy, Mommy. Even Elliot knew this way back with Poppy.
I guess I kind
blue.
of...
Blue is huge. I'm telling you. What's your favorite color? Blue? I bet it's blue, right? It's blue?
It's green.
Okay, well, you're a special case. Most people would say blue. But seriously, marketing is...
You're a special case. Most people say blue.
Not as easy as you
God,
think.
the game used to be so much campier than it is now.
I make it look easy. If there's anything Playtime Co. should be known for, it's not toys. It's marketing.
I'd have to agree with you, buddy. That's funny. I think what they were about to say, like, I assume that he named it Poppy because it was named after his daughter, but...
Following the pre-reported announcement to address the many complaints regarding an alleged very, very big spider crawling around in the facility. The Playtime Corporation wants me to remind you all that spiders that
fair enough.
big
I didn't know about that.
And that if they did, quote,
regarding the colors,
you would already be dead anyways. End quote. Regardless, you can all rest assured the company is sending some specialists down here to have a look around and relieve the constant whining. Complaining seems to be everyone's primary contribution to this company. It's just a spider. You are all safe. Please, please carry on with your jobs.
This is a good one.
Log code 08502. In relation, experiment 1006. The prototype. A close call occurred this week in which he nearly breached containment. the prototype seemingly disassembled the digital alarm clock within his room and utilized the battery, along with several other components, to create a laser pointer, which he then fired into the security camera, disabling it.
He used to be so
These
spooky.
actions allowed him 28.3 seconds completely unmonitored.
Ow, toast. Jesus.
Once function returned to the camera, the room appeared to be empty. One surveillance specialist went in to confirm his absence. However, upon opening the door, she realized that the prototype had hidden in one of the camera's blind spots. The prototype attempted to escape through the open door. However, another surveillance specialist was able to remotely relock the door, despite the other specialists still being inside. One casualty occurred. The prototype seems to possess an unprecedented level of intelligence beyond that of all other test subjects, as well as an alarming willingness to commit violence. Further suppression treatments will need to be enacted to ensure that no other experiments develop these qualities.
Ha! Failed. Major failure. Okay, so, like, Elliot killed his daughter, right? I'm sorry? Like, either he killed his kid or her death was caused by his negligence. 'Cause, like, what else information do we have? What else do we have on this? Anything? Get me something on the death of Poppy Ludwig. Impossible, Lily. That's funny. Yeah, it is not Elliot Ludwig, you stupid poop. Oh, God. I'm so sick of Google being bad at its job. Okay. Poppy Ludwig was the daughter of Elliot Ludwig and the test subject of the living Poppy Playtime experiment the player teams up with during the events of Poppy Playtime. She was first revealed in documents found within the Fortnite collaboration. The Fortnite collaboration is the first time that we absolutely confirmed that the daughter's name is Poppy. Are you joking with me right now? Oh, DJ, so true. What about his wife? Full Metal situation, dare I go there? What? No, his wife divorced him in the 30s, like before like anything else happened. Poppy is portrayed as a fun-loving, intelligent little girl. She demonstrates a well-developed internal dialogue alongside a high degree of self-confidence and pride in both what she likes and what her father has built. She refers to Elliot Ludwig as father instead of a more casual term, suggesting she's old-fashioned. She's from the 50s. Old-fashioned? She's completely appropriately timed. Poppy is curious, easily excited by new toys or his father's plans. Poppy was born on March 7th, 1949. During her infancy, Poppy received the very first Poppy Playtime doll created by Elliot Ludwig. Little is known about her childhood. She went to school but spent most of her time at the Playco toy factory. Poppy would later be reanimated as Poppy Playtime Experiment. Sure. Elliot Ludwig likely adopted Poppy, of course, right? Yes. Yes. Judging from her diary, the language within, and her behavior described, some have speculated that Poppy has some form of autism spectrum disorder. What? Why are we ascribing autistic traits to the little girl whose only information we have comes from Fortnite notes. I'm sorry. She just talks so normal. Like, look, like, far be it from me. Far be it from me. Like, I don't care if she is on the spectrum or not. I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, it's a spectrum, and that means everybody's on it. But I'm just like, who wrote this? There's no speculation in any of that. That is crazy. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, this is what they're referring to, by the way. This is what they've diagnosed Poppy based off of this. Oh my god, I'm crying. I'm sorry. Like, it sounds like I'm, like, making fun, but, like, believe, trust and believe. Like, I just think I think that we may be diagnosing a bit earlier on a bit of, on maybe not enough information. I think maybe not enough information. Did Elliot figure out anything about memory too? What if he erased her memory of him killing her, causing the death? Such a good thought. Okay, if that's from Fortnite, I don't know how much we can trust those notes. This has been a problem since the major plot point from Star Wars was dropped in Fortnite. Oh, are you serious, DJ? Are you serious, DJ? Are you serious? Well, either way, I'm gonna read it anyway. This is because they've diagnosed Poppy from here. Joshua. March 7th, 1960. Dear Diary, do you think I'll still love this place when I'm a grown-up? Some kids at school were saying that when you get old, you get bitter and you don't like the things you used to. I turned 11 today, and it's still the most magical place to me. Every year, they make new toys like that little sailor, or build new parts of the factory, and I can't wait to go explore them and be surrounded by that magic. Father says Playtime wants to build all sorts of stuff like this all over the world. When they do, I hope he takes us there to visit. That's so funny, Harrison. I think these are probably correct. There's nothing lore heavy in here other than just the fact that Poppy was at the factory, which we kind of already knew. But anyway. Yeah, this is Avery. Yeah, this is Avery. So hold on. Fortnite documents. Okay, this is Dear Diary. And the timeline all matches up. DJ, that's freaking nuts. That is freaking nuts. What? Okay, that's crazy. Okay, where... Oh, Dear Diary, I met a boy. There's more from Poppy. There's another one. She's like, if... Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing... Maybe I'm completely and totally, like, out of my mind. No, what am I thinking of? Yeah, I think I'm thinking of something that is a recording from like chapter 4 or something where she's just like, if Dad was here, he'd know what to do. I think I'm getting my wires crossed. Incredibly early onset dementia. But yeah, there's everything in here is correct. You know what I mean? Like everything that's in here that can be correct is correct. No. Yeah, she said something along those lines once. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm thinking meet the make a friend. Oh, I remember this. Yeah. All right. Oh, I believe it, Carnish. DJ, that's something that I have thought is that like over time he's not really just Ollie anymore. I think she says it in chapter 4. Yeah, I think so too. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is that we don't freaking know how she died. Tragic. That makes me think it wasn't like a terminal. I mean, like, okay, obviously, no matter how a kid dies, it's tragic. That's the thing. Is no matter how a kid dies, it's tragic. But it's like, I think that if she was sickly, they would have mentioned at some point that she was sickly. Now, the only other thing I can think is that if she was sickly, oh, you know what? Yeah, if she was sickly, if she was going to die of a terminal illness, then Elliot would have known that. And Elliot would have become obsessed with her not dying of the illness. He would have wanted to cure the illness, right? And then ultimately, the illness became death altogether. The Preston note? Yeah, Ricochet. We did read the Preston note. Yeah. I think it's possible. He never went through conditioning. Well, did he? That's a good thought. I wonder if he ever went through any kind of conditioning. He very well could have. I mean, like, Carnage, maybe. Like, what if? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if? Poppy, come back. And we know that he uses lines he heard, so why would Elliot say that? That's interesting. I wonder when he, I don't know. We don't know that he can only use things that he's heard. Was there already a brain piloting Lily before Miss Gracie, or was Lily sitting on a shelf before they decided to force Miss Gracie into Lily? I'm confused. Well, it's just like any of the other ones. Like, Lily was created from Gracie. Like, it was an experiment, just like the other ones were experiments. There, as far as I can tell, there's nothing that suggests that Lily was anyone else before then. And I'm not certain that this is the thing, is that you can say, like, oh, the prototype is cuckoo crazy bananas. The kids that were in the, like, smiling critters and stuff like that, they're the ones that took Gracie and were like, oh, we've got a special plan for you. I don't think they would subject their friend Lily to that kind of torture. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Yeah, Ricochet, you get it. Or at least started experimenting with the Poppy. That is her skeleton. I want that to be abundantly clear. It is Miss Gracie's skeleton with a giant hole in the head where they took her brain out. Are we with me? They removed Miss Gracie's vital organs and her brain, and then they put them inside of Lily, the carcass of Lily, who was nobody before. Lily was nobody before, but they already had the tapes that Miss Gracie made to convince whoever they were going to put inside of Lily that she was Lily. And so they used the Gracie tapes that they had already recorded to make Miss Gracie believe she was Lily. Gracie undergoing her own conditioning, half her brain accepts being Lily, while the other half was basically stuck in purgatory. Yeah. That confused you because I didn't hear the tape with her arguing with herself before I saw the skeleton. Makes sense. Well, I'm just saying that they didn't just remove her brain. I find it poetic karma that she doesn't remember her own life and got brainwashed by herself. I think there is this. Yeah, thank you, Carnage. Yes. I think the bed is a, what do you call it? It's a it's a an idol. What do you call it? Like, if you have a table, no, not a coffin. If you have a shrine, it's like a shrine to Miss Gracie. Like, this is Gracie. This is me. This is who I once was. And she goes up to her and she's got like a blindfold on her. Like, she doesn't want her to see what Lily has become, even though, like, Lily, like, they can't see each other. You know what I'm saying? And she's like, don't worry, no one's going to hurt you anymore. So Lily has a protective thing with the skeleton. I think it's because it says a mind splits in two. I already said shrine. some new existential horror I hadn't considered before, at least not since Total Recall with Arnold talking to himself, yeah. But yeah, so she's like Lily and Gracie are both in there. It does open like a coffin. I didn't suggest coffin. I didn't think coffin. I knew not coffin. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Sorry. Um. Uh. Yeah, it's not a. It's. I mean, sure, you can call it a coffin, but it is so much more than that. It's like a tomb, I guess. Like it's like a freaking pyramid type beat, but it's like it's holy. You know what I mean? It's got a meaning beyond just the permanent resting area. It is a symbol of the other part of Lily's mind, Gracie. That part of her, she is protecting it by literally encasing it here. There is a letter about this. Hold on. There's a letter about this. What? What I knew. I thought it would be here in the documents. I lost the list of documents. I closed it. I thought it would be down here. I'm gonna find it again, don't worry. History. Okay. We're close. We're close to back. Okay. Chapter 5. Sweet Street Lily Journal. Is this it? No. Yeah, funny catty. Yeah, okay. Here it is. This is where Lily talks about finding her own body, basically. Lily, Billy, silly, Tilly. Every day a dance and song are playing in my mind, and only I know the steps. Only I know the tune. I sing and I dance and I live like any good toy should. I want to share in it, to love like Miss Gracie says to love. And yet they all just scream and cry like horrible, wretched little things when they look at me. They look at me like I'm the bad toy. But somehow, I know you don't think that. You'd never think that. You get me. And she's talking to Gracie. Every day since I found you in the pit, tossed down like so much garbage, I've brushed your pretty hair, I've dressed you in pretty things, and I've given you pretty flowers. So she took care of her own body, like what was left, you know what I'm saying? And that also gives some other meaning to did you know your hair keeps growing after you die? Carnish, I don't think she sleeps. I don't know. I don't think the toys have to sleep. Need to sleep. I've dressed you in pretty things, give you clothes. You're more than just a friend to silly Lily. The sound of your voice is what I was born from. If you needed any question about whether or not there was a Lily before, the sound of your voice is what I was born from. So Lily's entire persona is born from what Miss Gracie said to her, which is Miss Gracie herself, which is crazy. The voice I still hear singing when I feel so alone, which is herself. You know what I'm saying? Miss Gracie is still in there singing the song. You know what I'm trying to say? And it's Miss Gracie trying to remember herself. But because Gracie is also the conditioning voice, it just works to push her further into the recesses of her own mind. It's crazy. The sound of your voice is what is more from the voice I still hear singing when I feel alone. That's so special for both of us. In your own little ways, I think you tell me that you agree, which isn't true. We know Miss Gracie wants out. We know Miss Gracie wants to be free, but Lily is keeping her suppressed. I'm very glad you're here to share this dance with me. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. So, I mean, you can interpret that you can interpret this different ways. I don't. I think that this is really truly telling us that like there's not any we don't need to like we can feel bad for Lily in the sense and in some sense, but I don't think that she's not Miss Gracie, you know? She's her own prisoner. She's imprisoned herself. At least she didn't name her hair the tentacles. Fair enough, yeah. She even comforts it when we were hiding in the closet to soothe it back to sleep. Yes, yes, yes. That's what she said. No one's going to hurt you, you know? Plus, everyone left her to isolation as a punishment, so she's alone in her madness without the skeleton. So true. And that's the thing. Is like every time that Lily is comforting Gracie, she's silencing her own consciousness. You know what I'm trying to say? Like Lily silences Miss Gracie, even though that would be herself at the end of the day. So Lily is keeping Miss Gracie a prisoner, but only because she thinks that that's what she's supposed to do to be a good toy, which is what she told herself. So nobody, I mean, you can say that the kids in the prototype like tortured Miss Gracie by doing to her what she did to them, but the only person who conditioned Gracie is Gracie. Lily wasn't a character before Miss Gracie was in her. I don't know how else to explain this. I love the actor. I feel like Miss Gracie slash Lily is kind of our Vanny for this. Obviously not the same. But same vibes in the storytelling sense, not in the characteristics sense. But a character who's like trapped inside their own head because of an imposing force. Oh my god, you guys do not understand what I'm saying at all. There's no Lily. She's a toy. Like, it's like saying I feel bad for Huggy Wuggy and not Sam. Sam is Huggy Wuggy. Gracie conditioned Sam to believe that he was Huggy Wuggy, a thing that doesn't exist, a personality that was created by other people in a factory to sell toys. Thank you, DJ. Sorry. I'm only saying, like, okay, you can feel bad that Lily as a personality doesn't know that she used to be Miss Gracie, but she's not. She's just a person. I'm sorry to say, but like, she's just a personality. She's not a full separate entity that like has. I'm sorry. I'm just struggling. Yeah, DID type beat. Yeah. And yeah. 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 And I'm not even going to go anywhere else on the DID stuff because I think it can get problematic really, really quickly. And I'm not interested in like imposing any kind of characteristics on what DID means or whether or not those people, you know, like you need to be treating people with respect and, you know, all that good stuff, you know. So I'm not going to go further down that thought process for the purposes of not Huggy Wuggy isn't real. Well, I'm just saying, you know, I know some of you understand what I'm saying, but I'm just like saying like it's Sam. It's not Huggy Wuggy. Like I just don't know how else to say it. Like if there were clones, which in some I don't know. Yeah, Carnish, I guess kind of. Why does the marketing stuff for Lily exist before Grace became Lily? I think Lily was a planned character when the toys took advantage. Yes, yeah, but she's still just cardboard cutouts and marketing. Like she's not a person. You know what I'm saying? Like she's not. I'm just saying there was no bigger body Lacey or Lily. There's no bigger body Lily prior to Miss Gracie. There's not that doesn't exist. That's not a thing. it was planned. They were clearly building her little area, but all of the experimenting that talks about Lily in the whole game is from the point of view of the prototype, keeping her in isolation and treating her like a freaky little experiment. Yes, the character exists, just like Barbie exists. I don't know what else you want me to say. Like, I don't feel empathy for Barbie. Is it ethical to put that copy through the same thing the actual guy went through when the copy didn't do what the original did? Like that game Soma. Put that copy through. What are you talking about? Lily isn't a copy of Gracie's consciousness. It's her actual brain. There was a different experiment on Sweet Street prior to Lily per the Jessica Newman note. Oh, maybe I missed a note. Okay, maybe I'm missing information. Maybe I'm missing information. Maybe there's a note that I haven't read yet. Maybe there's a note that I haven't read yet. Maybe there's a note I haven't read yet. Okay, I may be speaking out of turn. I may be speaking out of turn. Oh, okay, DJ. Sorry, I missed it. I missed the prior one. Okay. Maybe I missed something. Okay. Okay, well, I guess, okay, if there's a Lily before Lily, here's the question. Oh, it was just not Lily. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so, but here, oh, hold on, wait, no, I had a question. Even if it's just hypothetical, I still want to ask it. Oh, yeah. Assuming, right, which we're kind of saying that that's not the case, but, like, assuming that there is a... Okay, it's never stated who it was, but it could have been Lily. So let's just move into the narrative that I'm wrong, okay? Because I'm fine with doing that, and I would like to ask this question either way from the vantage point that I'm not on the correct side of history here. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Does Lily even have an experiment number? Not to my knowledge. I don't know. I'll look in just a second. If there was a bigger body Lily that was put in this Sweet Street prior to this, and that's what Jessica's talking about here, why would the toys subject another toy to the torture of being trapped eternally with Miss Gracie? Unless Lily's actually also crazy to begin with and is a psycho. Like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, and is like, oh, I'm gonna keep you prisoner here forever. You know what I'm trying to say? And then you can feel bad for Lily just for having once been a child. Okay, 1468 is Lily's experiment number. Okay, sorry I'm going crazy. I'm not really going crazy, but I'm talking a lot. I gotta get out of here soon. I thought we were wrapping up, and then I just got all... Okay, Lily Love Braids, experiment 1468. Okay. But it could have been Dolly Grub, it could have been Dusky. Baldwin, blah, blah, blah. Highly energetic, possesses childlike mannerisms that border on insanity. She displays a fondness for tea parties. Okay. Lily Love Braids was proposed by Playtime Co. as a part of the Bigger Bodies Initiative, designating her as Experiment 1468 for an unknown reason. She was designed with the ability to control her hair like a set of extra limbs. The scientist tried several attempts to get this design right before landing on a combination of horsehair, grafted finger... I remember this. Artificial bones and other biological materials. Little did anyone expect the subject of this experiment ended up being lead counselor in the wellness and integration sector, Gracie Green, who was taken to the Hour of Joy. So maybe they were just working up on this up until the day of the Hour of Joy. You know what I'm saying? Lore yapping is the best part. Okay, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough, redhead. Fair enough. I thought Lily was going to be a design that the Japan brand had suggested. Oh, that would have been, that would actually. Okay. My thing for sequel, I would prefer the Japanese branch of things. I think that would open the mob entertainment. I think it would open mob entertainment up to a lot of like very cool, unique designs. I think they could go far with it. I think we could get, you know, like a Pokemon type beat thing. I think we could get some Sanrio type beat stuff. Just real kawaii. Robots. You could get really into like the robotics of it. A karaoke doll. Like a little karaoke toy. I think that would be really cute. That's what I'm banking on. I would really love that. But I think if they do they have been, I feel like I don't know. Maybe if they're going, they may be going more in the direction of that park. And I think the park would be cool too. Yeah, either would be cool. All right. I think can you bring me up to speed on what's going on with this Japanese branch? I'll give you a little bit of backstory. So, they Playtime Co. was wanting to expand worldwide. They were working on opening up a factory in Japan. They seemed to be ready to go. They seemed to have a lot of stuff. They were shipping stuff there. Some stuff that was supposed to get shipped there got interrupted by the Hour of Joy. So it seems like they were like getting off of their feet. Probably staffed to an extent. Let me pull up. Was it a note or was it I think it was a tape. I think it was a tape. Pierre Ritterman tape. I think it's the Pierre Ritterman tape. I think. Is it the Pierre Ritterman tape? I think it might be that.
I've been reviewing your concerns about our head of shipping.
Concerns about our head of shipping.
He's becoming some sort of people's champion. Now too many noses are sniffing around. We deal with this now, we'll make him a martyr.
Not if we deal with it the right way.
Oh?
I think Mr. Lovitz is due for a promotion.
You're serious?
I want to know if the Japan branch was just for regular toys or were they going to move to Bigger Bodies Initiative. I mean, they were going to ship a large shipment of poppy flowers over there.
And if it doesn't
work, or poppy seeds.
Try focusing on the bigger picture. Our friends in Tokyo are coming up.
Our friends in Tokyo are coming up to speed. At this rate, yeah.
And the park.
So they were like planning on like fully being like, that's going to be like the main place in a few years. So I don't think the Japan branch would still be open after all of this, but we don't know because Ritterman said he was leaving to go to Japan. What was the other thing? There was another thing. Okay, I'll pull up the shipping thing real quick. And then I gotta go. It was the shipping manifest, July 95. They were going to be shipping to Japan 10,000 times units of red corn poppy seeds, a bunch of PVC irrigation pipes, units of fully organic compost, corrugated steel water tanks, poppy picker components. So I think they were going to be expanding the bigger body stuff out there. Please don't leave. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. A Japanese catnap. It's all of them. They just are Japanese. They like look exactly the same. Will we ever know if Huggy's full origin? We learn it in 18 Wheel. We learn it in 18 Wheel 5. Have you watched all of chapter 5? We have a whole sequence where we know Sam was picked for it. Well, it's not even just sleep. I have to eat food and go to work tomorrow. There's a whole thing. How did this not fly over the government's radar if they were shipping them over countries? I don't think they were shipping the bigger bodies, just the materials. The full dinosaur band. There's all kinds of stuff. We can see all kinds of stuff. I think it would be really, 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 really fun. But I have a feeling they're going to do the play park. I mean, that's fine. I would be happy with that too. It would be fun. There's a lot of fun things you could do with all that. Like the prizes and stuff could be like the freaking, you could be bigger bodies like walking around. They're supposed to be like hugging kids and stuff. But they didn't get as far along. The park did not get anywhere near as far along. They were still like acquiring the land and building the park. But anyway, didn't they show Huggy growing? I don't know exactly what you mean by that. But there is a VHS tape of Huggy, if that's what you're talking about. Yes, 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 18 mil. Yes, yes, yes. Earlier in stream talked about stomach containing drugs, probably narcotics. It would be logical to be opium. That's what we decided then too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He was a kid. He got brainwashed. He broke out and stood outside his old house one time. Yes, and got taken back and became their muscle. What more backstory do we need? So true. And that was a lot of it. And he was Sam. The orphanage was the front for what they were really doing. Yup, yup, yup. Okay. All right. You know what? I'm going to say something. After talking about this chapter with you guys, I think I like it a lot more than I did before. I'm so happy that you were all here. I'm so happy that we got to talk about this. It always, being able to chit chat with you guys always gives me a greater appreciation for all this stuff. Thank you so much for giving me a little bit more education from some of the letters that I hadn't read yet. Thank you so much for talking through all this stuff for me. I really do think that Elliot killed his kid now. I mean, he killed one of them. Why not both? He killed one of them. Why not both? Yes. We can do this like again maybe in a little while once like maybe more people have digested the chapter, you know. I don't know. We'll see. But like we'll keep doing stuff like this. I will hopefully be back Wednesday for more Cult of the Lamb because I miss it so bad. I miss Cult of the Lamb. Huggy is Sam, where's the proof? How did we know this? Well, Miss Gracie calls him Sam like the whole time that he's like waking up. I know that for a fact. She when he's doing something wrong, she calls him a silly Sam, and she very specifically calls him a silly Sam. She doesn't call other people silly Sam. And so it seems like from my perspective, like the way that they were doing stuff, it seems like she's like gearing them up to think that like their former name is actually an insult and they shouldn't want to hear it. But I don't know. I guess I could be making that up. But I thought there was like, man, it doesn't matter. I don't know. I don't know. Look it up. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong just like about everything else. I gotta go. It's possible. I don't know. I don't know. I had more conversation with people when we were watching it. She did also say Grumpy Gregory. Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe I don't know anything. I thought I don't know. Now I have to look it up. What's with you people? Poppy Playtime, mascots, Huggy Wuggy. My name is Huggy Wuggy. Created by Playtime Co. in 1984. Where's all of his stuff? Backstory. Result of Eddie Legway wanting to create a toy that could hug you forever. Kiss Missy. Bigger bodies in this connected. Procedure Huggy was temporarily placed on containment. But the Aurora Joy. Part of Playtime. Type Queen. Where's all just the. This was almost subject. I don't know. This is too much to read. I can't do this right now. So much to read. Jesus Lord Almighty. Huggy's identity might be Samuel Lee, as in Chapter 5 is the second Miss Gracie projector room required for a puzzle. The video the play says, "Let's be soft like Huggy Wuggy, my little sleepy Sam." The name Sleepy Sam could be referring to Samuel Lee. The name Samuel is often shortened by simply Sam. Okay, so I knew they heard it, but we heard it before. It's just something she kept saying when we were Huggy. Like, when we were Huggy. We kept saying. Exactly, yeah, his name was Huggy. And we do, like, Samuel Lee, we do know a lot about. Like, Samuel Lee has to be somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, Samuel Lee has to be somebody. Doesn't it make sense that for everything we know about Samuel, that he would be Poppy? For the love of all that is good in this world, for heaven's sake? Oh my God, where the... Click on a page called Samuel Lee, and it's got every other ding-danged name I've ever seen in my life in it. Selected by Dr. Bruno White either for testing or experimentation with his departure being announced for the other children in Chapter 4 Ice Pick ARG. Samuel Lee was not adopted. He's also one of the ones with a face! Come on. That's Huggy Wuggy. I don't even care. Okay, that's my theory. I don't care. That's my theory. That's my theory. Okay? I'm speculating. All right, I gotta get out of here. All right, I got to get out of here. Okay, is that okay? I know it's been okay the whole time, and I'm in control of my own fate. Okay. I will be back another time, another day for more things that we're gonna do, and I'll see you then. And I hope you have a good night or morning or whatever time it is, wherever you are. I hope you eat good food. I hope you drink good drinks. I hope you have good times. I hope you watch good TV. All right. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Okay, bye.